right here. Okay? And then that way they can see. Okay? And I'll help with the.
Christiana, do you want to come Christiana, come and
So happy
see
you're
where we'll.
here. So proud of you.
So we will.
Testing.
Great. Welcome, everybody. We are ready to get started. Okay. Welcome to the Agoura Hills City Council meeting. Please silence all cell phones and electronic devices. If you wish to speak tonight, please submit a written comment card for each item and submit it to our city clerk. City clerk, will you raise your hand? Prior to the public comment portion of the item. I'm now going to call this meeting of September 25th, 2024, the Agoura Hills City Council to order. We start our meetings with an announcement, a land acknowledgement. The City of Agoura Hills acknowledges that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Chumash Nation. Descendants of Chumash still remain, and we honor and pay our respects to their elders and various groups that make up the past, present, and emerging as they continue their stewardship of our lands and waters. We have a responsibility and commitment to elevate the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of the City of Agoura Hills, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We now move on to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I would defer to Girl Scout Troop 2256. You may come forward, girls, when you're ready.
Go Scouts honor the colors. Lady and gentlemen, please stand for the presentations of the colors. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Thank you so much, Girl Scout Troop 2256. We really appreciate you being here. You might be one of our youngest groups yet, so keep up the good work, and we hope you'll come in for years to come. Thank you. Next, we're going to move on to an announcement. Before we take a roll call, I'll defer to Councilmember Wolf.
Great, thank you. And this is Councilmember Jeremy Wolf, and pursuant to Assembly Bill 2449 regarding alternate authority for a council member to participate in public meetings that are subject to the Brown Act via teleconferencing in certain limited circumstances, I am stating for the record the basis of my remote participation request for just cause is related to Condition B, a contagious illness. And so I am unable to attend in person this evening as I have a contagious illness that I do not wish to pass on to my fellow council members, staff, or the public. There are no individuals 18 years or older present in the room at my remote location. I will be participating remotely this evening with both my video camera and microphone on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Wolf. Now I'll defer to Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester.
Thank you. This is Mayor Pro Tem Penny Sylvester. Pursuant to Assembly Bill 2449 regarding alternate authority for a council member to participate in public meetings that are subject to the Brown Act via teleconferencing in certain limited circumstances, I am stating for the record the basis of my remote participation request for just cause is related to Condition B, a contagious illness. I am unable to attend in person this evening as I have a contagious illness that I do not wish to pass on to my fellow council members, staff, or the public. There are no individuals present in the room at my remote location. I will be participating remotely this evening with both my video camera and my microphone on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And now I'm going to turn to our city clerk for a roll call.
Good evening. Councilmember Anstead?
Here.
Councilmember Klein Lopez?
Here.
Councilmember Wolf,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester,
Present.
Mayor Buckley Weber.
Here.
Mayor Buckley Weber, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to report of closed session. No closed session was held, so we will move on to the approval of the agenda. To start with, I'd like to request a change in the order of the agenda and move the intergovernmental item for Hispanic Heritage Month before the presentations. If there's no objection by the council, then I would look for a motion and a second to approve the agenda as amended.
I make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Thank you.
This is City Councilman Chris Anstead, seconds.
Thank you very much, and I'll defer to the city clerk for a roll call vote.
Councilmember Anstead,
Aye.
Councilmember Klein Lopez,
Aye.
Councilmember Wolf, Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester,
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber.
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber, you have approval 5-0.
Thank you very much. So now I'm going to intergovernmental, special purpose committee, and departmental reports. And I'm going to start with Hispanic Heritage Month. This month, we are celebrating National Hispanic Heritage Month, which is an annual celebration that takes place between September 15 and October 15. The purpose of the celebration is to recognize the contributions and influence of Hispanic Americans to the history, culture, and achievements of the United States. Although the terms are used interchangeably, the definition of Hispanic is a person with ancestry from a country whose primary language is Spanish, regardless of race, which is broader than Latino, which is defined as a person with origins from anywhere in Latin America, Mexico, South and Central America, and the Caribbean. The City of Agoura Hills is honored to join the celebration. In the lobby of City Council chambers, there is a new display of banners commemorating National Hispanic Heritage Month. The banners celebrate iconic individuals and their importance to the community, to the City of Agoura Hills, and to our nation's history. Here are the key figures that the city has chosen to celebrate. Ellen Ochoa, the first Hispanic woman to travel to space when she served on a 9-day mission aboard the Space Shuttle Discovery. Ms. Ochoa is an engineer, a former astronaut, and the former director of the Johnson Space Center. She was rejected twice by NASA, but never gave up and was finally accepted to the space program in 1990. Pau Gasol, a Hispanic professional basketball player who played for the Los Angeles Lakers. He was a 6-time NBA All-Star and 4-time All-NBA team selection. Mr. Gasol won 2 NBA championships, both with Kobe Bryant and the Los Angeles Laker, and his jersey, number 16, was retired last year. In 2023, he was admitted to the Basketball Hall of Fame and has won several Olympic medals for his home country, Spain. Because he wasn't playing for the U.S., he didn't get a gold. Sylvia Mendez, civil rights activist. Ms. Mendez was denied entry to a majority white school near her home in California. The Mendez family filed a lawsuit arguing that denying her the right to attend her local school was segregating children and was a violation of the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. The case, Mendez versus Westminster, was the landmark desegregation case of 1946. Ms. Mendez became a nurse and worked for 30 years in her field. In 2011, she was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom by President Obama. Sonia Sotomayor, the first Hispanic to serve on the United States Supreme Court. Justice Sotomayor wanted to be a judge since elementary school after watching an episode of Perry Mason when the prosecutor in the episode said he didn't mind losing a case when it turned out that the defendant was not guilty. The judge dismissed the case, and she knew that was the job she wanted. In 1992, Ms. Sotomayor was appointed as the first Hispanic federal judge in New York history. As a federal trial court judge, she is credited for saving Major League Baseball from a ruinous strike in 1995. She ascended to the U.S. Supreme Court in 2009. 2 interesting facts about her is Justice Sotomayor loves cycling. So she should come to Agoura Hills now that we have our bike master plan, and was empowered as a young girl by the Nancy Drew series. Locally, we recognize in Agoura Hills, the Reyes family, as in the Reyes Adobe, here in Agoura Hills. In 1845, Maria Antonio Machado purchased the original Reyes Rancho, known as Rancho Las Virgenes, from her uncle, Jose Maria Dominguez. Maria Machado's husband, Jose Jacinto Reyes, was the son of Juan Francesco Reyes, who served on the famous Portola expedition. In 1850, during California's Rancho period, their son, Jose Paulino Reyes, built the adobe home in Agoura Hills. The Reyes family owned the property until 1916. The city of Agoura Hills purchased the property in 1983, renovated it in 2002, and it is now the site of the city's annual Reyes Adobe Days. We encourage residents to visit the display, which can be seen in the windows of the council chambers. In addition, there are a number of Hispanic people working and residing in our community, and I celebrate them all. I want to recognize one particular friend, Fabricio Lopez, the spouse of our esteemed colleague, Deborah Klein Lopez. Fabricio came from the country of Ecuador to the United States for love, speaking very little English. When his college degree was not transferable, he worked full-time and went back to college at night. When he graduated, he went on to Loyola Law School's evening program, became a lawyer, and is assistant general counsel for the Walt Disney Company, advising on entertainment-related child labor issues. To give back to his community, he teaches immigration law at night at Loyola Law School and is a volunteer and public counsel for Kids in Need of Defense, aka KIND. Fabricio teaches people to go big and has stated, quote, "When we have a legal profession that reflects the diversity of our society, that's a win all around," end quote. Fabricio is extremely patriotic and has certainly made both his Ecuadorian family and his California family very proud. And I'm honored to know you, Fabricio. Would you like to say a few words? You don't have to if you don't want to. Would you like your wife to say a few words? Because she will.
Do I have to push? I push a button to. Does she have to approve my speaking too? Like at home? I'm just very humble that you called me today and have done this and recognized me, and I just can't believe that my name came after so huge figures. And I'm just gonna say I'm so thankful and lucky that Debbie and I found. With Debbie, we came back to her place when she grew up, and I'm so lucky that this is such an amazing place, and we're so lucky and happy that you guys are in charge of keeping it the way it should be. So thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations, Fabricio. So now we're going to move on. Don't forget to look at the banners. We're moving on to Business of the Month presentation. Hang on a second. And we're calling up Winners New York Pizza. It's Anthony, Jessica, and their two kids. This is a family affair, so come on up. Just come on up. You can stand next to me. They'll probably take a few pictures if I know them. So, you guys are now Business of the Month. Winners New York Pizza. I'm thrilled to present the September Business of the Month Award to Winners New York Pizza, a true gem in the city of Agoura Hills. Winners New York Pizza is more than just a restaurant. It's a vital part of our community. Owned and operated by Anthony or Tony and Jessica, proud residents of Agoura Hills for the past 21 years, this restaurant has become a beloved local favorite. Their commitment to exceptional food, outstanding customer service, and creating a warm, family-friendly atmosphere has made Winners New York Pizza a standout in our city. They are known to have the best ranch dressing, from my daughter that she swears by it, the best bomber, and the best selection of beer delivery. What truly sets Tony and Jess apart is their dedication to our community. They have provided numerous opportunities to local high school and college students, employing many of our young residents and helping them grow both personally and professionally. In fact, my daughter worked for them during high school and whenever she was here on college break. Not to mention, their son is a fantastic surfer, which we love in SoCal. On behalf of the city, I want to extend our deepest gratitude to Winners New York Pizza for their unwavering commitment to enriching our community. Congratulations on being named our September 2024 Business of the Month. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you very much. Is this on?
It's on. You just have to get close.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody. We really, truly love Agoura Hills. We moved here in 2001 when we purchased our home, and then we purchased the pizzeria in 2003, and we've had it ever since. And we truly love all the children that have worked for us, that we've employed, and all our customers mean so much to us. And we just want to thank you, and we just love this town. And thank you, Mayor Weber, for everything you guys do, and the whole entire panel here. And you guys, we watch you on TV a lot. So thanks for everything, and thank you very much.
Thank you. I told them if they're watching us on TV, they need to get a life. There's some really good restaurants in Agoura Hills. Jess, would you like to say a couple of words?
Yeah, just a little bit. Anthony was saying we watch kids. Oh, sorry. We watch kids grow up here, and generations are coming back now, and I love to see it because all the little kids coming in our shop, having such a good time, even my campers, to the schools around us at Lake Lindero Drive, everywhere, Yerba Buena, everywhere, Lindero Canyon, they come into our shop and they have the best times, and then you see them 20 years later coming back with their kids, and they're pointing on the wall, and they're like, that was me, that was me. And I'm watching, it makes you feel so good. And that's why it's such an honor, you guys, because I love that. Every day I go in, and I'm so excited to be at my job. I love it. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate all of you being here. Thank you. We'll get a picture real quick. Okay, you go down. Yeah. Thank you so much. It's so wonderful to see you.
Your kid.
Okay, so now we are going to move on to Intergovernmental Special Purpose Committee and Departmental Reports, starting with Arson Watch Update, deferring to Mikey Pearson. Hey, Mikey.
Thank you for having me here. It's so nice to see those of you I know. And I am here, obviously wearing a different hat, representing Arson Watch. And I also have Sherry here, longtime resident, and she's accompanying me, and she is one of the Agoura Arson Watch people. So what is Arson Watch? It's an LA County Sheriff Department volunteer program. We're all trained, and everyone who's part of Arson Watch passes a live scan. So that's kind of important to know, I think. We're scheduled to go out, generally on self-scheduled on red flag days when it's scary out there. But there's other opportunities to go out and participate as well. Captain C2, who I think you all know and love as much as I do, adjusts her patrols during red flag days around how many of us and where we are. So we are a force multiplier, and it makes a difference. And I think that's important to know. We also have a 24/7 team. It's about 20-something people that leave their phones on all night in case there's an emergency and are ready to go out at a moment's notice. And last time that was activated, 18 people woke up and went out in the middle of the night. Some of the members get qualified to write tickets, mostly for parking in front of trailheads, blocking trails. So that's new, and that's been helpful, particularly with people that are living in their vehicles in a high fire area. So that's been something that's been pretty important. Arson Watch lately is definitely more involved in watching for people that are taking their motorcycles on trails illegally, or there's all, once you're up there, you see there's more going on in the hills than you sometimes think. Also, this is relatively new, and I'm one of the few that are doing this, but you can patrol by mountain bike. We're all on electric mountain bikes, but that might be something your citizens are interested in because it's all hazards. And when we're up there, we're answering a lot of questions for people, making sure they're not smoking. And me and my group have come across 2 injured people so far and helped them get to help. None of them too seriously injured, but they needed a little bit of help. So the mountain bike patrols is something Captain C2 is really wants to expand, and hope that grows. There are also a few members that have gotten enough training to have actual sheriff radios. So in an emergency event, we have direct communication with the sheriff as needed, which that's new since Woolsey. All members have a radio and learn radio protocols, which actually takes practice if you've never done it. And actually every Tuesday night there's practice for people that can make it. We also tend to attend different safety fairs and other governmental events just to show support or to talk about Arson Watch. Other cool benefits, you get to meet the sheriffs, including Captain C2, and you get to go to events where you get to meet the supervisor and other stuff like that. So that's a lot of fun. You also get really cool gear. Oh, everyone wants to look like this, and really at the base of all of this is you get to help your city, and you get to be a part of being a part of your city, which to me obviously and to all of you means something. So right now there are 93 members of Arson Watch in Malibu. There are 31 members of Topanga in Arson Watch. There are 4 from Calabasas. And including Sherry, there are 3 from Agoura. So I'm here to hope and see if the city of Agoura might want to help us recruit some members from your city. I think I've made a pitch that makes sense, and glad to talk about it more, but it'd be great to partner together for everyone's mutual benefit. Now, admittedly, the fires come through here or start here and go our way, but still a fair amount of your city is in high, severity brush areas. So we need your help. We'd like your help and your local knowledge to help make all communities safer. And it's great way too you don't have to be my age and older to be a part of it. So there's younger people, there's older people. If you aren't up for going out, you don't have to. So it's a pretty easy organization to be a part of. And so we'd love it if you guys have a chance to discuss it at some point. We can find a way maybe to be more integrated with Agoura. And can I take one more second on a related but different subject? This last weekend was the final training for the new LA County Fire Community Brigade. It's a program which is not in Agoura yet. It's actually not really hardly anywhere. But after the Woolsey fire, myself and a number of other people convinced LA County Fire through the supervisor's office, took years, to let citizens get trained to be a part of answering these large events that obviously overwhelm the fire department. So some of us are starting through the first class in that, and I just want to make you aware that program exists. It's a pilot program. I think the closest community that's a part of it will be Hidden Hills at this point, but I do want you to know that this is going on. My neighborhood, Malibu West, is a big part of it, as we already have our own brigade. And it's a pretty amazing program, and I've learned a lot already. So just wanted to share that with you.
Well, thank you so much. And I would recommend that you also seek out, and we can make some introductions to the Old Agoura Homeowners Association. There may be some people who would be interested in either the brigade or Arson Watch. So, and if somebody out there who's watching would like to participate in Arson Watch, how do they get a hold of you?
That's a very fair question. Todd Prince is the head of it, and he is out of town right now, so that's why he had me schlep over here. And by the way, can I add, it's really nice to be in a city hall that's so calm and well organized.
Thank you.
Business of the month, that's awesome.
Well, thank you.
Nobody's yelling, screaming. This is great.
Well, the meeting just started.
Plenty of time.
Kidding.
Just relating my own personal experiences. Some of you are very aware I will get you that information.
That'd be
I
great.
don't have Todd's information available right now, which is my bad, so, but I will get
Okay,
that to
and,
you.
we can look at maybe doing some social media or something if you get it to
I
us.
think that would be perfect. Okay.
Okay, great.
I appreciate your
Good to
time.
see you.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson.
Ma-
Okay.
Madam Mayor, can I
Oh,
ask?
go ahead.
Mikey
Absolutely.
a question or two? Just a quick question for
Anything.
you. Hi, we got to know each other very well 2 days into my tenure when the Woolsey fire tore through our.
Right there with you.
Yep. So that's how we met. But so I get messages all the time from constituents who want to know how they can help. Do you prefer that they go through whatever you set up with the city, or do you want to send it to us individually also? And however you want to do it.
I'll send it to all of you individually.
So I have a monthly newsletter that goes out to a bunch of people, and
Perfect.
I'd love to put your information in there. And
The question I didn't ask Todd is what would be the best way to contact? I think
you'll
it's
get back to
generally directly to him as he vets everybody and goes through the, the process, but I should have been more prepared on that.
all good.
No problem.
You'll
Just
get it
let
to
us know.
We're happy to.
I'll get back to you on that.
Thank you.
All right, good to see you, Deborah.
Council members, I'm going to try not to forget that you're there, but if you want to, do you have any questions for Mr. Pearson?
I just wanted to ask him what the time commitment is.
You want to answer that question?
I was talking to Ramiro, I missed it, sorry.
Time
What
commitment.
is the time commitment for volunteers?
Oh, that's a great question. So it's typically said it's 30 hours a year, but if there's not a lot of red flag days, then clearly that doesn't happen. One of the weekends they really like people to go out for a shift or two is the 4th of July, those 4 days or so, because of fireworks, and that's actually pretty out of control in Malibu sometimes. So beyond that, like I said, if you do bike patrol, I get 30 hours in about 2 months because I'm riding my bike, wearing the gear, and so, but yeah, it's not really that hard and fast. Really looking more for people that care and want to be volunteers. I haven't heard, I think the only people that have been knocked out of the organization literally have done nothing, and so, but that's it. So.
Thank you. Councilmember Wolf, any questions?
Not a question, a comment. I hope you can hear me. I hope it's not too quiet. I apologize if it is. But just a big thank you to the Arson Watch and a thank you to Sherry. I've seen her driving around with her big Arson Watch on her car, and it does make a difference, and it does make the community feel safe. And I appreciate the work that they're doing, and thank you, Mikey, for coming to the council. And I hope that we can get more folks in Agoura involved in this program because it really does make a difference. So thank you both for the work that you do and the hours that you put into this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Really appreciate it.
Any other questions or comments before we let Mr. Pearson go? Okay, great. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
All right.
Next on the agenda, we're going to get a report from Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester on the Las Virgenes Malibu Council of Governments update. We can't hear you. Are you muted by chance?
Sorry.
There we go. Okay.
I thought I had muted. Okay, we had a presentation from the SCE, Southern California Edison, and they were talking about power outages, and they have requested the general public, when you have an unscheduled outage, it really helps them if you can email and report it in as quickly as possible, because that helps them track where the issues are happening. And the email is sceoutage@sce.com. Again, sceoutage@sce.com. So if you can email into them, if you can do that when you have a power outage, it helps them improve the getting the power back quickly as possible. The other important thing is that we extended the homeless grant with additional funding, and we are now going to be reserving 2 beds at the San Fernando Valley Community Mental Health Center. And that will be for the cities of Agoura Hills, Calabasas, Hidden Hills, and Westlake Village. Malibu already has beds reserved for their population. So those were the 2 main items. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'm next to report on the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy Advisory Committee update. And I actually have no update. We had some resolutions from other parts of the Santa Monica Mountains. So we're just moving right along, but there's no specific update. And now I want to add Debbie Klein, Councilmember Klein Lopez. She's the chair and the Agoura Hills representative of the CPA, and she has a report for us.
Thank you. Yes, the chair of the board of the Clean Power Alliance, and I wanted to share with my colleagues and the team that for the second year in a row, Clean Power Alliance was ranked the #1 green power provider in the entire United States. Yay. And that is as determined by the U.S. Department of Energy's National Renewable Energy Laboratory. So we average, last year and this year, we average about 3.5 million megawatt hours in a year. And for CPA alone, our green customers, which are the customers that are on 100% renewable energy, zero GHG emissions, it's almost 900,000 customers. So it keeps growing every year, and we are super excited to be #1. And yeah, just really succinctly put, we are the largest provider of clean energy in the nation. So it's just great news.
That is something to be really proud of. So thank you for the work that you've done for saving the planet. We appreciate it.
I hope so.
Are there any reports from staff? Nothing. Okay. Any reports from any other city council member? Nothing? Okay, then we're going to move on to public comments. This section is reserved for persons wishing to speak on items not listed on the agenda that are under the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. If you have something to distribute to the City Council, please do not approach the dais. Hand your item to the City Clerk, and she will distribute to us on your behalf. Public testimony is limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and a speaker's time may not be transferred to another speaker. Persons addressing the City Council shall not engage in disorderly conduct that disrupts or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting. I will now defer to the City Clerk.
Thank you. Yes, we do have a speaker, Randy Paller.
Come on up. It's good to see you, Randy.
So I'm Randy Paller, and I'm the executive chair for Reyes Adobe Days. This is my 20th year, and believe it or not, this is our 20th year of Reyes Adobe Days. We kick off the event.
Randy, could I ask you to get a little closer to the mic just to make sure everybody out there can hear you?
To kick off the event, the RAD Fiesta is being held tomorrow, Thursday, September 26th from 11 to 1 at the Agoura Hills Recreation and Event Center. There'll be lots of good food, live entertainment, and even a costume contest. And some of you might have seen my husband and a few of my friends in the newspapers the last few weeks, so it's been great. The weekend of RAD kicks off with the Night at the Adobe on Friday, October 4th from 6 to 9. This is an event of food, drink, shopping with local artisans, and live entertainment, all under a beautiful sky. Saturday, October 5th, the day begins with the RAD Parade that comes right down Reyes Adobe Road and ends at the park. This year's Grand Marshal is Jerry O'Connor. We are thrilled to have him for this special year. Runners in the RAD Run are invited to, the RAD Run will take place at Wizen Market Square. After the parade and run, we invite everyone to spend the day at the park, where we will have awards for the parade entries, children's hands-on activities, face painting, petting zoo, live entertainment, food truck, beer garden, and much more. The day at the park will run from 11 to 4. On Sunday, October 6th, the day starts off with a RAD ride. People can choose to ride a 4-mile, 40K, or even a 40-mile ride. Ride starts at the Reyes Adobe Park. The day in the park will feature more live entertainment, more food trucks, and more fun for all. It's also from 11 to 4 on Sunday. It is not too late to volunteer and help at Reyes Adobe Days, so if you want to sign up for the Night at the Adobe, the RAD Parade, the RAD Run, or the RAD Ride, or just to be a RAD volunteer the days of, please visit our website at reyesadobedays.org. I would like to thank the Executive RAD Committee for all their hard work. I know we're all looking forward to a fun weekend filled with lots of lots of fun for the kids, amazing artisan, good food, and good drinks, and of course, our Grand Marshal, Jerry O'Connell. So thank you, and I hope to see everybody there. Thank you.
And you will. That's great. Thank you. We appreciate it. Any questions about Ray's Adobe Days, anyone? Okay. Do we have any other speakers of matters not on the agenda?
We do not.
Thank you very much. So now we will move on to the council consent calendar. This section is reserved for persons wishing to speak on items on the consent calendar. I will now defer to the city clerk.
Thank you. We do not have any written public comments or speaker cards.
Okay. I thought I saw one, but I didn't. Okay, thank you. So are there any questions from the city council on the consent calendar? Anybody want to pull anything? Okay. I'll now call for a motion and a second to adopt the consent calendar.
This is City Councilman Chris Anstead. I go ahead, excuse me, motion to approve the consent calendar.
Deborah Klein Lopez, I'll second.
Thank you, and I'll defer to the city clerk for a roll call vote.
Councilmember Anstead?
Aye.
Councilmember Klein Lopez?
Aye.
Councilmember Wolf?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester?
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber?
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber, you have approval 5-0.
Thank you. And I just wanted to make a comment on number 5 on the consent calendar. This was very exciting about the transfer of the open space parcels that originally came from Bruce Wisden to the city and now the city to MRCA. This project started in 2020. And it is now almost 2025, and I just want everybody to know that things happen, and nobody has just been sitting around doing nothing. We have literally been working on this for almost 5 years, but we're now ready to roll, and MRCA is a great steward of the environment, and it'll take good care of the parcels, and those parcels are right on Agoura Road here, west of Canaan, south side. So that's really very exciting. Okay, now we're going to move on to discussion action items. Item number 6. It's a discussion on Proposition 4, authorizing bonds for safe drinking water, wildfire prevention, and protecting communities and natural lands from climate risks. I'll now defer to Assistant City Manager Adeva for the staff presentation.
Thank you so much, and good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. So tonight we'll be discussing Proposition 4, which will be on the November ballot. We're coming to you today at the request of Mayor Buckley Weber, asking for the City Council's direction regarding Proposition 4 to prepare either a letter of support, a letter of opposition, or to take no formal stance. I wanted to give a little quick background on Prop 4. Prop 4 is, on this next slide, Prop 4 is titled the Safe Drinking Water, Wildfire Prevention, Drought Preparedness, and Clean Air Bond Act of 2024. They wanted to keep it simple. But it is a comprehensive $10 billion climate, water, and natural resources bond that qualified for the November 2024 ballot, like I said, when the legislature approved SB 867, which is authored by Senator Ben Allen. If approved by the voters, and as the bill outlines, the bond funds would be used to finance projects for safe drinking water, drought, flood and water resilience, wildfire and forest resilience, coastal resilience, extreme heat mitigation, biodiversity, and nature-based climate solutions, as well as sustainable and resilient farms and agriculture, park creation and outdoor access, and clean air programs. So these are, again, you can see on the slide, the $10 billion and the 8 categories within the bill and the amounts of money that are distributed throughout the different parts of the categories. Other requirements for Prop 4, there's a minimum 40% of the bond funds to benefit lower income communities or those communities most vulnerable to the climate change impacts. And also, as with most bonds, there's going to be regular public reporting of how the bond money is spent. So with that, that'll conclude my report. We do have Mr. Edward Feeves, who's here from as a member of Senator Allen's district staff team, and he's here tonight to provide assistance in providing clarification or answering any of your questions. So that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
The top of this report, that as I am here from Senator Ben Allen's office, I'm not here to advocate for you to vote in either direction on the bond. But what I am here to do is to answer as many questions as I can. And for those questions that you have that I can't personally answer, I will be sure that I follow up with the appropriate points of contact to make sure we get the answers to you. First thing that I should mention is that the bond language is specifically broad. We did this so that programs throughout the state would be able to receive funding through this $10 billion bond package, specific to programs that were relevant to their area. I think a good example of this is the wildfire prevention bond. In past, a lot of that money might have gone towards the coniferous forests that you find up in Northern California, and a lot of that money wouldn't make it down here to the Chaparral region, which is its own high fire risk. So there is language specifically relating to that pot that specifies that money will need to be spent in the Chaparral regions to try and prevent wildfires, as well as money spent to help homeowners make their homes more wildfire resilient, whether that's brush clearance, whether that's general home hardening. There are a lot of broad categories that are covered through this bond. What I will move to specify is that this is a bond that is $10 billion. That money will become available if passed by the voters immediately. It'll start appearing in the January 10 budget, but that doesn't mean that all $10 billion will be allocated right away. The goal of the bond is to make sure that funding remains available for climate resiliency programs for as long as possible, which then begs the question, if you've read the LAO report, there's already money that's sitting aside that hasn't been spent yet for natural resource programs for climate resilience. And what I will specify in this case is, A, we're trying to make sure that funding is available moving forward and remains available moving forward. And B, just because the LAO says that money hasn't been spent doesn't necessarily mean that it hasn't already been earmarked for specific projects. It may just not have been distributed yet. So this is making sure that funding remains available for future programs. Like any bond, the climate bond will be paid back through the general fund. This will go back to the LAO report where they say that it might increase state costs by an average of $400 million a year for 40 years. That's certainly a possibility. However, I personally don't anticipate it'll take quite so long to pay it back if necessary. But like any bond that gets paid back, it is paid back with interest. So if it's a $10 billion bond, if it expands over the course of the entirety of the 40 years, that might look like about $16 billion total in repayment. But like I said, I don't anticipate it to take entirely of 40 years to return. There is money, and this is something I should have mentioned in the previous, that actually hasn't been spent yet and hasn't been earmarked for specific programs. In that case, funding for those programs will come out of pots that already exist before any money in the climate bond is touched, intentionally so. We want to make sure that funding remains available as long as possible, as I've mentioned through. If there are more specific questions on the climate bond, I'm happy to answer those now. But that's a very top-level explanation of what's in SB 867/Prop 4/climate bond. It's got a lot of names over the last couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Questions? Let me start with Councilmember Wolf. No questions. How about
No questions.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem? Any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Councilmember Klein-Lopez? Okay. Councilmember Anstead? I have no questions either, but hang out, you never know. And so then I'm going to go to, we're going to move on to public comment, and I will now defer to the city clerk.
Thank you. We did receive one written comment from Fran Pavley, Agoura Hills, and I do not have any speaker cards.
Thank you very much. And I know that the email from, I was going to call her Mayor Pavley, but it has been distributed to the council, so thank you. So now we're going to move on to deliberations. Why don't we start with Councilmember Wolf?
Great, thank you. I want to get close to my mic because I heard that I'm kind of quiet, but I have a lot of feelings about Prop 4, and I'm very, very supportive of this proposition. I've been following it for a long time. There hasn't been a climate proposition in California since 2018, and this is something that's long overdue. The name of the proposition is so long because it has to do so many things and so much investment in California and our uncertain climate future. So I'm really hoping that tonight we can move to support this proposition and support our Senator Ben Allen, who's put a lot of work into getting this done. It wasn't a sure thing that his legislation, SB 867, which started off with another long name, was going to be the proposition, but it ended up turning into Prop 4. And the number one item in the proposition is water funding. So there's going to be a lot of really important water funding mechanisms that are going to help our region out in Prop 4 that we're going to be eligible if passed. So that's one reason I'm very supportive. The wildfire issue prevention for our region, another reason why I'm extremely supportive, and the land conservation and habitat restoration. So this is an investment in California's future and something I think is long overdue. And I think that it's something that we should support as a city. A lot of other cities have already moved to support it. Metropolitan water districts moved to support it. A lot of other really big organizations. So I'm enthusiastically hoping that our council tonight can also join that growing list of supporters. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Yes, I completely agree with Councillor Wolf, especially since a lot of programs have been cut because of the budget cuts. This will protect them going forward, and we really do need to act now, because I think we're all, so aware now that climate change does exist and it is affecting our way of life, and we have to do everything we can now to protect, for future generations going forward, that we'll still be able to live in this region. So I'm completely 100% behind it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Klein Lopez.
Thank you so much, and thank you for coming out, and please tell the senator thank you for all his work. Like Councilmember Wolf, I've been following this for a very long time, watching it get through the legislature. I wish it was a little bigger, actually, but I know there were some negotiations about a realistic number for this bond. I think it's very clear to all of us in this room and in this area that Agoura Hills and the Santa Monica Mountains and our region, we are a case study in what happens with extreme events due to climate change. I mean, you go through this list, drought, wildfire prevention. We're not on the sea level, but our friend Mikey certainly is, and so it affects our region. Habitat restoration, energy infrastructures, parks, extreme heat. I mean, really, Agoura Hills has felt the effects of every single one of these, issues that come from severe climate change. So I believe that we have to do everything we can to protect not only our region, but of course our global infrastructure, our global population. As a side note, I do want to say that Clean Power Alliance also had this on their agenda at our last meeting and also voted to support the bond proposition. And just so that the public knows, we don't use we are taking a stand, as we do on a lot of things, whether it's state or federal. We take stands on what we think will be good for Agoura Hills, but we do not use public monies to advocate for the passage. If we vote to support the bill, it's just a statement from us saying that as a full council, we believe that it's good for our area. So in full support of moving forward on this.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Anstead.
Thank you. This bill encompasses quite a bit, which is actually good because we're talking about forest health, we're talking about addressing sea level rising, we're talking about parks, extreme heat. So, I mean, it's addressing a lot of things, and one of the things that's closest to us here in Agoura Hills that we've already experienced, obviously, is the fire. And I think one of the things that this bill does is really address wildlife prevention. And so I'm really for the bill mostly because of that, because I think that we really need to address, to try to prevent as many wildfires as we can going forward. So, and some of the endorsements also on this bill, there was the Cal Fire's professional group, the Cal Fire, and also the Clean Water Association as well. So a lot of the endorsements also convinced me to be for this bill, so I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't have a lot more to add than what my council members have said, other than I think it's important for the public to know that this even got onto the ballot with bipartisan support. There was a time not that long ago that people even questioned whether climate change is real. I think sadly, and the good news is I think that that's kind of been, now everybody believes that climate change is real. And so it's time now to do something about it. And, you know, everything that needs to be done is going to cost money. And I'm very excited that this has finally gone through. And please do thank Senator Allen for the work that he did on this and to hang in there, because I know it wasn't looking very good at different points. And so we're thrilled to have it. There is nowhere in Southern California, we literally open the paper and we see homes slipping into the ocean. We see beaches are now, like the sand on beaches is almost non-existent. We see fires just raging all over the place. And it's just one thing after the next. And so, you know, to save this state and to be prepared for the next decade, we really need to move forward with that. And so I also, you know, obviously support this proposition. So with that, the staff recommendation, they would like to know whether the City Council they recommend the City Council receive the update on Prop 4, which would authorize bonds for safe drinking water, wildfire prevention, and protecting communities and natural lands from climate risks, and direct staff on one of the following options. So if the three options are prepare a letter of support to be signed by the mayor, or prepare a letter of opposition to be signed by the mayor, or take no formal stance. So now I'll call on a motion and a second to approve one of those three options.
I'll make a motion.
And Sylvester so moves.
I'll second.
For supporting?
Oh, sorry, yes, definitely supporting.
Okay, thank you. And it would be a letter of support signed by the mayor. And we have a second
Yes,
from
I'll second.
Councilmember Klein Lopez. Okay, so we will turn to our city clerk for a roll call vote.
Councilmember Anstead?
Aye.
Councilmember Klein Lopez?
Aye.
Councilmember Wolf?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester?
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber?
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber, you have approval, 5-0.
Thank you very much. And thank you, everybody. And thank you to our presenter as well as to Mr. Adeva. We appreciate it. Next is another discussion action, item number 6. Item number 7. And that's a discussion of options for amending the City of Agoura Hills REACH Code, all electric building requirements. I will now defer to Community Development Director Thomas for the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Denise Thomas. I'm the Community Development Director here in the city. As you are aware, we have an ordinance in our municipal code that requires certain buildings to be all electric. As you are probably also aware, there has been activity in the courts that makes that ordinance unlawful in some instances. And so what we would like for you to do is to consider the information that our consultant is going to present to you and to provide us with some guidance on how you would like us to move forward to amend our code to be in compliance with case law. With that being said, I'd like to introduce Layla Silver to you. She works for ID 360, and she is our consultant that helped us with the ordinance, and she's also here to provide you information on options. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Honorable council members and community members, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. We'll be sharing a little bit, as Denise mentioned, a few updates on the state of energy and electrification REACH codes and what that might mean for the city of Agoura Hills in relation to the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan and greenhouse gas goals that the city does have. Just a quick little outline for the presentation today. So we're going to start with a really quick overview of just REACH codes, kind of take a zoomed out lens of the state of all electric REACH codes and some of these recent industry changes. We'll also touch on the California Energy Code, which is the foundation for any local energy REACH codes adopted at a jurisdictional level. Then we'll get into the 2 REACH code approaches that are currently recommended by the statewide REACH code program, and then we'll open up the floor for discussion. All right. So just a quick outline of this background here. So some folks here may be familiar with the California building code cycles. This is updated on a triennial basis. So every 3 years, our building codes go through an update. We are currently in the 2022 code cycle, which went into effect on January 1st of last year. We are looking ahead to the 2025 code cycle, which will become effective on January 1st, 2026. And I'll also mention local energy REACH codes can be adopted during the duration of the 3-year code cycle at any point in that cycle. I'll also now want to point to kind of the state of all electric REACH codes and as it relates to the Ninth Circuit ruling. So I think as everyone is aware, as Denise mentioned, on April of last year, there was a Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals ruling that revoked the City of Berkeley's natural gas ban, which was a type of local energy REACH code. And then earlier this year, the petition for rehearing of that was also denied and the opinion stayed. So the ruling essentially stated that the ban conflicts with federal laws on energy efficiency and is preempted unless specific requirements are met. Due to this, there was kind of a ripple effect with jurisdictions during this 2022 code cycle as nearly 70 California jurisdictions adopted all-electric REACH codes, and due to the Ninth Circuit ruling, many jurisdictions took action to suspend their local electrification requirements. Now, the statewide REACH codes program, which provides guidance as well as model codes, and in addition, the cost effectiveness studies that jurisdictions can use to support local energy REACH codes, has provided guidance on alternative approaches that jurisdictions may consider, in particular jurisdictions seeking to take policy action on energy REACH codes in light of this ruling. So now we're going to take a look at kind of the 2 main approaches that are available at this time. So I'm going to start with the first column on this table here. This is known as the air quality approach or the zero emissions REACH code approach. So this particular approach does focus on air quality, specifically zero emissions or zero NOx standards. This particular approach does regulate building or appliance emissions directly through the Cal Green Code, which is the state's green building efficiency code, or also known as Title 24, Part 11. Some considerations that we want to point out for this particular approach. So it does differ from traditional energy REACH codes. It does use the Clean Air Act authority rather than the Energy Policy and Conservation Act. This approach focuses on regulating all emitting equipment, such as cooking appliances, fireplaces, your space heating, and water heaters, for example. It is likely to result in all-electric construction. This is primarily because on the market currently, the only zero emitting, zero NOx appliances are all electric heat pump technology. So again, with this type of approach, it does have the potential to result in that all electric construction, and it does have a high impact on emissions reductions. On the other side, I do want to point out that this approach is very new for local jurisdictions. So at this point in time, this is a legally untested approach. It is a potential new enforcement opportunity that some local jurisdictions are exploring. I'll note that the town of Los Altos Hills was the first California jurisdiction to adopt this approach earlier this year to replace their all-electric building ordinance that they had adopted previously for the 2022 code cycle. I also want to just note that just from a regional perspective, the South Coast Air Quality Management District did approve updates earlier this summer, specifically targeting new and existing covered appliances such as space heating and water heating, essentially making a phase-out rule that those appliances, starting at a certain timeline, will have to be replaced with zero NOx emitting equipment. We also saw this happen with the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, so we are seeing movement from the regional level with the air quality districts as well as the California Air Resources Board. The second approach on the bottom row of this table is the energy performance approach. Now, this is what you typically think of as a traditional energy reach code. This primarily was the only approach that jurisdictions really went with only a couple of code cycles ago before the all-electric codes really took precedent. Now, this energy performance approach does amend the California Energy Code, Title 24, Part 6. It does require a higher source energy compliance margin compared to what the California Energy Code mandates for all construction projects. Now, some considerations I'd like to point out for this particular approach. It does mitigate any legal risk because it does allow for two pathways for compliance. So under this particular approach, you're setting one compliance margin for, let's say, a new single-family home. The homeowner can choose to go all electric or can choose to design their home with mixed fuel systems. However, regardless of which fuel type the homeowner chooses, they would be subject to the same compliance margin. I will also note that this particular approach, the compliance margins are supported and they are based on the statewide cost effectiveness studies, specifically to the jurisdiction's climate zone. So in the case of Agoura Hills, this would be climate zone 9. And it does provide cost effectiveness pathways for both all electric and mixed fuel. I'll also note that the enforcement process for this type of reach code is already in place, as it really does piggyback off of kind of the plan check process and the inspection process that building departments already utilized for California Energy Code compliance. I will also just note for the energy performance approach, it is limited in its scope. So it primarily focuses on regulating space heating, cooling, and water heating, which are the two primary systems for greenhouse gas emissions when we're talking about buildings. So depending on the type of pathway an applicant chooses to meet an energy performance source energy margin, that will kind of dictate the amount of emissions their potential building or home is actually achieving. I'll note that since this approach rolled out last year, there have been a few more California jurisdictions that have adopted it. So the city of Santa Cruz, San Jose, San Luis Obispo, Palo Alto, East Palo Alto, and the city of Encinitas. And these were all jurisdictions that previously had adopted all electric reach codes for the 2022 code cycle and decided to take policy action still during this code cycle and replace it with the energy performance reach code. And that was my brief overview of some of the latest developments in those two approaches. Staff respectively recommends that the City Council discuss some of these options that have been presented today and provide direction to staff on the preferred policy action for the 2022 code cycle and or the 2025 code cycle. I'll also just mention really quickly that there is kind of a third option where the city could also just defer to the California Energy Code and not necessarily have a reach code in place. Thank you, council members and the community for hearing my presentation.
Thank you very much. We'll start with questions. Councilmember Anstead, do you have any questions?
I guess the biggest question I have is on the third option that you just mentioned, the deferring to the California Energy Code. One of the questions I guess I would have is do you know whether that code requires like us to be at like zero emissions by 2030, or what year that is the goal for the California Energy Code?
That's a great question. So currently, right now, the 2022 California Energy Code does heavily encourage electrification. So in the California Energy Code, there are prescriptive requirements and performance requirements. A builder, for say a new home, can choose to either use the prescriptive path. If they did that, they would have to basically hit a menu of options, including certain heat pump requirements, which the state has taken action on. 99% of new construction is done using the performance path, which allows flexibility for the builder or the homeowner to kind of choose their own adventure. So they're not necessarily tied to having those heat pump systems, but their project is being compared to a standard building design that has those heat pump systems in place. So as far as the California Energy Code goes, it's really prescriptively being encouraged at this point. And for the 2025 code cycle, which just recently was adopted, we're seeing that same thing. They've kind of ratcheted up the heat pump requirements. It's now required in all climate zones for space heating and water heating. So again, it's kind of encouraged, but the applicant does have the choice to go with the performance approach and use gas-fueled systems.
Okay, so that would be, if I'm understanding you correctly, the performance option that you just talked about, if we pass that one, then it would be more mandatory to use the performance pathway. Whereas if we stuck with the California code, it's optional then to use that path.
Exactly. So a homeowner, I would say, they could still use the prescriptive pathway. It is just likely that they will use the performance pathway. And if they did use the prescriptive pathway, there are heat pump requirements that they would have to hit. So their space heating and water heating would have to be electrified. But the intent of the performance pathway is to set one compliance margin and allow the applicant to be able to use gas systems if they so choose. However, in order to hit that compliance margin, they may have to layer on some additional efficiency measures, tighten up that building envelope, add additional PV, maybe even add battery storage as well to meet that percentage. Whereas a home that maybe went all electric could likely easily meet that percentage just by electrifying their systems.
Okay, and can you also comment on, you mentioned there is some cities that have gone to this performance plan, but there's not, I mean, it's still in the tens or the 2 or 3 handfuls, not hundreds. Do you have any opinion on why it's not higher number of cities that have adopted the performance plan?
So I think what I can say is we've worked with a few of those jurisdictions on the list actually that took policy action. We have seen it kind of come down to the appetite of kind of council and also kind of just the community. In particular, I think some jurisdictions we've seen are kind of in this wait and see still, trying to see if there's maybe anything else that will come out that may change this decision, or kind of also see where the state goes as far as the California Energy Code is concerned. But a lot of the jurisdictions that did adopt it that were on that slide, decided to make some kind of reach still beyond the California Energy Code for many reasons, climate action plan reasons, you name it. So it really has, we've seen it vary and really has just come down to kind of the appetite that we've seen at the council level.
Okay, thank you for answering those questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Klein-Lopez?
Thank you. I have lots of questions. So I believe you said something like 70 cities had originally adopted all electric. Are there cities still right now that haven't done either of these or any other options and that are just going forward with their all electric ordinances?
That is a great question. We took the statewide REACH code team's list that they maintain that's tracking all of these ordinances and did do kind of a quick little research into that. And based on the 70 jurisdictions that did adopt an all-electric ordinance. What we have seen kind of confirmed, whether through council action or on the city's actual building or reach code web pages, 43 of those jurisdictions, so nearly 60%, have actually suspended. As far as the jurisdictions that are still enforcing, the only two that have come up in some ways is the city of San Francisco. They do, though, have certain exceptions and kind of like an alternative pathway for restaurants and certain other businesses where they can kind of opt out of the electrification requirements. And then potentially the city of San Mateo as well. A few months ago, they still had their all-electric reach code on the books. But for the most part, we've seen the majority of cities have either actually done a moratorium to suspend or have just paused enforcement at the building division level.
But there are still quite a few that have done neither and that have actual electrification ordinances in place right now.
In place right now, but I cannot speak to how many of those are actually enforcing.
I understand. And then that would lead me to a question for staff, and Denise, I think, just stepped out, but our ordinance has exceptions, does it not? Don't we have restaurant and pool? Or Lucas is there. He can help me with that.
Yes, the existing REACH code does have those exceptions for restaurant, swimming pools. I believe some of the existing, I think outdoor fireplace in existing construction, and a few others.
And some hotel?
Yes.
I believe
and,
hotel.
Industrial types of machineries where no other type of equipment is available.
Okay. So we have a bunch of those exceptions as well. Okay, my next question is, so I remember when we adopted this ordinance, we specifically did it different than Berkeley. Berkeley, I believe, did it through their health code, through a municipal code amendment, and we chose to do it through our building code. So is there case law on the building code electrification issue, or just case law on the municipal code amendments?
So I am not an attorney, so I would defer to the city attorney to comment on any additional case law, but from our understanding and just from the recommendations and the discussions at the statewide REACH code level, although, as you pointed out, they are two different mechanisms, the end result is the same through a building REACH code. The idea is the preemption issue from EPCA comes into play when you are prohibiting a certain appliance at the building level. So that's kind of the reason also why the efficiency approach, the zero NOx approach has kind of come about. But I would defer to the city attorney to comment further.
Well, I guess my question is, if a huge city such as San Francisco pretty much has a ban on many, if not all, gas appliances, with the exception of restaurants and other things like we have, how do they, I mean, if anybody's going to get sued, San Francisco's going to get sued. They're just, they're in the papers every day. So I'm trying to understand if what San Francisco has is legally defensible.
Well, I haven't been tasked with or had the opportunity to look at San Francisco's ordinance, so I think we would have to do an apples-to-apples analysis. How does it compare to our ordinance? How is it different? I believe Ms. Silver is correct. The issue with the Berkeley case goes to just being preempted from banning natural gas, not so much the mechanism by which you get there. So if you're preempted from banning gas, whether you do that via the building code, whether you do that through some other code, we're preempted from doing so. So
yeah, again, I think if you wanted to get a better understanding of San Francisco's ordinance and how they're able to do what they're doing, or maybe they're just lucky, we're really not sure. We'd have to do a deeper dive.
Okay. Okay, my next question is about the performance route. Just confirming, the mixed fuel, it's not either or, it's both. If you could do only electric, but you could do electric and a pathway for gas, but you cannot do just gas?
It's a great question. So all of three of those kind of options that you named would be available to an applicant. So if I were building a new home, I could choose to, under the energy performance approach, I would know what my compliance margin is. I could choose to electrify my entire home, meaning my space, water heating, my cooking appliances, my clothes dryers, all of that could be electrified, and I would be subject to that same margin. I could also choose to go a mixed fuel route where maybe I decide to have all gas appliances within my home, and I would still be subject to that same margin. Or I could choose to maybe electrify my space heating and my water heating system, but maybe I want to keep my gas stove, and so I could choose to do that as well under that particular energy performance approach.
So if we had a developer or a single family or whoever come to us and say, I want all gas, I want gas heater, I want gas stove, I want gas in my pool, I want gas, 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 gas. What you're saying is they would come to us and we would say, okay, but that doesn't hit the margin, and so you're going to need to change something out so that you hit a more efficient margin that we have determined. Is that right?
Yes, that's exactly right.
And how can you explain again? We can't just pick that margin. That margin is, how do we figure out what our margin is?
That's a great question. So all of the margins are supported by the statewide cost effectiveness studies. Now, some jurisdictions decide to do their studies on their own, but these cost effectiveness studies are available for jurisdictions to use for free and support local REACH codes at that level. So in the case of the city of Agoura Hills, I mentioned the city is in climate zone 9, and in the cost effectiveness studies, if you're ever curious and want some light reading, there are many tables and analyses looking at all electric packages, mixed fuel packages, electrifying certain systems, having gas in certain systems, and all of this analysis goes to speak to cost effectiveness, but it also provides the kind of highest, most feasible compliance margin for that particular building type. So just sticking with single family, in the statewide single family cost effectiveness studies, it does outline for each climate zone the kind of highest feasible margin that a jurisdiction could set, and the jurisdiction could decide to lower that as well, but it's all encompassed within the statewide cost effectiveness studies.
And can we get those numbers for Agoura Hills?
Certainly.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, but we don't know them like today. We'd have to.
I don't have the numbers with me today, but that is something that we can support staff with, yes.
Okay, great. And then for the no NOx, for the nitrogen dioxide, Los Altos Hills and New York City, also a very litigious spot in the country. Do you know, I know you're not, deep into every lawsuit that's ever been filed, but do you know of any problems or suits that have challenged the no NOx route?
Not currently at this time. And I will note that for the town of Los Altos Hills, that was adopted in February of this year, and there were some exemptions that were carved out, such as residential cooking. It primarily focuses on electrifying the space and water heating, but we have not seen any like litigation against the town of Los Altos Hills or notably the city of New York, specifically with local law 154, which is their electrification phase requirements.
And do you know when New York implemented this?
Yes, that was 2021, and I believe they went into effect this year, starting with the first phase.
And is that also exempt, like stoves and?
Interestingly enough, City of New York, I believe, did not include exceptions for domestic cooking, but their primary focus, again, was the space heating and water heating, those big emitters. But Town of Los Altos Hills did have some exceptions.
Okay. And then I think I have two more questions. You're saying that both options are recommended by the statewide REACH code program. Can you explain that to me as a model code?
Sure, yes. So the statewide REACH code program, all throughout last year, kind of we're having certain like webinars and providing different analysis, and this kind of changed throughout kind of the course of last year and also this year. But what has kind of come into play is that these are the two approaches that are now kind of available for jurisdictions, especially for jurisdictions that may have adopted an all-electric REACH code and are seeking to maybe pivot to another approach and still kind of have that reach beyond the state. So those are kind of the two options that the statewide REACH code program is also seeing as potential avenues for jurisdictions.
Even though one is not legally tested?
Even though one is not legally tested, I would say Town of Los Altos Hills being that first adopter kind of pushed the needle on that. And then from my understanding, it's also because of a lot of the movement that's happening at the state level with CARB and then also the air districts. And also there are, zero emission kind of building performance requirements, and so it's related to those kind of under this umbrella. But yes, it is kind of the first, it's a new approach, I would say.
Okay, and then my last question is, can you explain to me again, I'm sorry, I don't quite follow what South Coast Air Quality Management District is, what their position is, or are they recommending? Like, I don't quite understand how that plays out.
Sure thing. So we wanted to just highlight the ruling that happened with the South Coast Air Quality Management District. This is similarly something that happened with the Bay Area Quality Management District last year. Essentially, the Air District adopted a ruling which piggybacks off of the air quality emission standards that is in their auspices to regulate, specifically nitrogen oxide or those NOx emissions, and specifically of covered appliances. So for water heaters, small boilers, process heaters, for example. And basically in June of this year, the South Coast Air Quality Management District revised their rule that mandates that all of those covered equipment must emit zero NOx emissions by the given phased compliance dates outlined in the ruling for new construction and also for equipment replacements in existing buildings. So we wanted to just kind of call that out as well because it is related to this kind of this air quality approach that we're seeing kind of develop.
And I'm sorry to keep harping on gas stoves, but I can easily pull up a million articles this year that says long-term exposure to that gas stoves emit unsafe levels of nitrogen dioxide enough to cause thousands of deaths each year, possibly as many as 19,000. So I keep going. I totally get the water heating and the heat versus the heat pumps, and I'm all on board with that. But did South Coast is gas stoves in their phase-out plan?
So it's not in the plan for the ruling that was put together and adopted this June. It's primarily targeting the space heating, water heating, pool heating. However, it is kind of, I believe, in their strategic plan to tackle cooking, those other appliances within a building as well. It just happens that this ruling is targeting those big ones first.
The covered ones. Okay, great. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Good questions. Councilmember Wolf, any questions?
Yeah, questions were just answered that I didn't even know I had. But one question that I apologize that I didn't reach out to staff before, but will one of our decisions affect our current implemented climate action and adaptation plan? Um, is there one of these options that will affect that more than the other, or make significant changes to it? And I don't know who that is addressed to specifically, but I'm hoping someone could answer like what impacts it would have on our climate action and adaptation plan.
Denise Thomas, Community Development Director. Councilmember Wolf, right now, the answer to your question is it would depend on which approach the council has us use. An all-electric approach, we already, if you were to go with the NOx approach and property owners or business owners opted for the electric option, we would be pretty close to what our cap already anticipated, because the majority of our greenhouse gas emissions are on road. There's a very small amount of greenhouse gas emissions that are being released through buildings. And so the small amount of change that we would see should not adversely affect our cap. But after you direct us to amend the ordinance and however we amend it, we'll revisit our monitoring tool and make sure that we make adjustments, and I can give you better information then.
Thank you. And I mean, is it safe to say though that option 2 would have less of an impact on our climate adaptation plan than option 1, the high performance source energy?
Yes, that is a correct interpretation, primarily because the energy performance approach does allow for either a project to go all electric or go the mixed fuel pathway. So if a project chose to have gas systems, that would definitely lead to lower emissions compared to an all-electric approach. And as Denise mentioned, with the zero NOx approach, as of right now, currently on the market, the only equipment that really meet those zero NOx standards are heat pump electrification equipment. That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And are we aware of any other cities that have taken a NOx emission approach after the Berkeley ruling and that might be in litigation, or are we kind of in uncharted territory?
That is a great question. So for California jurisdictions, Town of Los Altos Hills is the only adopter at this moment, and that was done earlier this year, so actually after the Berkeley ruling came out, and I haven't seen any kind of litigation or any challenges that were brought to the town, but that is something happy to check in on, as well as with City of San Francisco.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. That concludes my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester?
Thank you. Well, a lot of my questions have already been asked, but I'm curious because most of our city is what we call built out already. So we're just talking about new development. How much difference will it make with just, what's on the books to come? I mean, is it going to be a huge, significant difference if we had, banned any gas appliances? Or is it just going to be a small percentage overall? I just want to know, exactly how much an all-electric difference it would make with just new appliances. I mean, sorry, new developments going forward or major renovations. Denise, do you have an idea about that?
Just a second, we're conferring.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So there would be, between the two options with the all-electric reach code that the city has in place right now, there would be kind of a marginal difference depending on the approach that was chosen. So for example, the zero NOx approach does mirror, it's the closest mirror to the all-electric requirements that the city previously adopted. And I believe
And just so you're aware, yes, it does apply to our new projects. As you're aware, our housing element does have 20 housing sites, which would all be new construction, and they would be subject to whatever provisions you direct us to adopt. And
Right.
with that in mind, you're looking at, you could be looking at quite a few units. But again, the majority of our GHG is emitted on road. And so you're talking about a small percentage of a small percentage.
Okay, thank you. Yes, um, so your option one, which actually in my report has been switched around, so that the high energy source, that's the one that would encourage electrification but not mandate it, correct? So none of these are going to mandate that new builds have to have all electric, so that if someone, say, puts in a gas line too, and then once the next person comes along and wants to put an electric, would it be already wired for that, or would they have to then put in electric, wiring? I don't know the technical term.
that is a great question. So there are, in the California Energy Code currently, there are electric readiness provisions when gas-fueled appliances are installed. So in the case that a project did have the opportunity to install natural gas infrastructure, they would be subject to the state's all-electric ready requirements for those gas systems. And typically, additionally, local energy reach codes for the high performance approach, for example, it is common best practice to include those electric readiness requirements for any other systems that aren't already covered by the California Energy Code. So that readiness would be there for future transition.
So in other words, they're paying for two sets of delivery systems. Correct. They have to put in the electric whether they use it or not. So then it's an added expense if they put in the gas as well.
Yes, the added expense primarily comes from the natural gas infrastructure. And that's also where, on the flip side, the cost savings is occurred for folks that do go all electric.
Right. So so that's with the high performance source energy, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that one would encourage people, actually, if they're having to pay for the electric anyway, why wouldn't they just use it? Unless they really, really wanted to go to the extra expense of putting in the gas.
Yes, I would say that is a correct observation.
Okay, thank you. I think all my other questions have been answered. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a few questions. Following up on that, under both these approaches, wouldn't they have to be electric ready? Okay. And so there's that cost savings under both of them. Okay. Following up, and I had a lot of the same questions, but remind me, in the Berkeley case, there were no exceptions, correct? Not even for a restaurant to have a gas stove.
I believe that is correct, but I can double check that and confirm.
Okay. Have you heard anything about it going up to the U.S. Supreme Court, or is this done? It's done. Okay. In analyzing all these, and so let me ask you about the source energy margins. In one of your slides that we saw at the subcommittee level, and I think you produced it again, there was a slide that showed that there was, I couldn't really gather what the difference between the three cities. It was Palo Alto, Santa Cruz, and somebody else. And one of them had, you know, it's like these 6 EDRI points versus 8 EDR points versus, can you explain that all to me so that I understand what, you know, what these cities are doing?
Sure thing. So I'll kind of zoom out and maybe use like the example again if I was building a new home. So if I was building a new home, I would be submitting construction drawings to the cities for approval. And within my drawings, I would also have my Title 24 compliance documentation, which is my energy analysis report that shows that my project complies and how it compares to the California Energy Code. So that would be included in my project's construction drawings. And in the California Energy Code, there are 3 energy performance compliance metrics that a project has to comply with. Just because we're using a new home as an example, that is EDR1, and then there's EDR2 efficiency, and then EDR2 total. So my project, regardless if there's a REACH code in place, has to comply with all 3 of these metrics as shown in my Title 24 energy compliance report. EDR1, this local performance REACH code focuses on EDR1, the source energy metric, and essentially sets a compliance margin based on EDR1 for a new home. And in the jurisdictions that you mentioned, there were a bunch of different numbers, and that is because all of those jurisdictions are based in different climate zones, so the numbers are going to look different based on the climate zone. So in the case of my new home, my Title 24 report, plan checkers are very familiar with this. They look at something called the energy use summary, and it breaks down those 3 compliance metrics, and it compares my new home to a standard design home that meets the California Energy Code's baseline standards. So in my report, my new home would have to show that EDR1 margin, say it's an EDR1 margin of 8, for example, my Title 24 report would have to show a compliance margin of 8 or higher. So these are already metrics that exist in the California Energy Code and are already produced on every single Title 24 report for new construction.
Okay, thank you. I was thinking maybe those cities were able to pick. And you've already answered the question was, you know, which I had, that Councilmember Klein Lopez had, is, you know, who's picking the compliance margin and how are they doing it? But it's all based on the cost effectiveness report. So those numbers are different because of the climate. Okay. Then let's see. Now, under Los Altos Hills, again, you had listed that they pretty much had everything was an exception. So how does that fly? I mean, it had internal cooking was exempt, which means gas stoves. So is what really they're talking about is just space heaters and water heaters at this point?
Yes, it primarily targets those major systems. And I will note, I believe in the town's all-electric REACH code that was similar to Agoura Hills, they had all those exceptions built into their own REACH code.
Really?
So this, you know, this new phase of their ordinance, their local ordinance, kind of carried over those exceptions that they had built into their code.
Okay, yeah, I couldn't figure out if you have all those exemptions, I wasn't sure what was left. But I guess that's it, space heaters and water heaters. Those are the only questions that I have right now. Does any other council member, Councilman Klein Lopez?
I have one additional question about the source energy margins. Do they change? Is it like a yearly thing?
Great question. So not yearly, but it is set and follows the triennial code cycle.
Okay, so they would change every 3 years? Yes. Or when yeah, okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, then we will move on to public comment. I'll now defer to the city clerk.
We do not have any speaker cards.
Thank you very much. So now we can move on to deliberations. Councilmember Lopez, would you like to start?
Sure, I'll start. This is hard stuff. So first, I want to thank the subcommittee for your work in this, and I want to thank you for keeping us up to date as this went through the process, because it's not easy to wrap your head around. I am very disappointed in the Ninth Circuit ruling. For all of our attempts to take 2 steps forward, we're always taking a step or 2 back. So, we worked really hard to get our ordinance in place, and so I just have to start out by saying how unfortunate it is that we're looking at this again. I am leaning towards recommending the zero NOx approach, even though it has some risks, because I think it more closely follows what we are trying to do in our climate action and adaptation plan, and that is reduce our GHG emissions. And yes, transportation is the #1 polluter, and part of our attacking that is making sure that we are electrified to have chargers and other accompanying support infrastructure when we see our new building coming in. So I'm comfortable recommending the zero NOx because it is, and I'm using your words, so correct me if I'm wrong, recommended by the statewide Reach Coach program as a model code. I wrote that down as you were saying it. I know that doesn't give us a free pass, but it is recommended by, these state agencies, and it regulates the emissions through the state's Clean Air Authority. So, I'm comfortable in that sense. I think we have one chance to do this right. We have our new housing element. We have hundreds of units that are going to be likely coming in over the next decade or so. And I want to make sure that we do everything we can to get as close to zero GHG emissions as we can. If the council's not comfortable with the zero NOx because it is legally untested, I would feel better understanding more about the high performance option if I knew what our margins were. Just in general, I understand they change. I understand that, but I would love to see an example of, are we like San Luis Obispo because we're inland a little bit? And what does that mean for a sample single family home? What does that mean for a sample multifamily development? So it's helpful for those of us who are not industry experts to kind of have these examples of real life possibilities that might be coming down the pike. So I'm comfortable going for the zero NOx. As I mentioned before, I keep saying nitrous oxide, and I think that's laughing gas. Wait, what's it called? It's the nitrogen dioxide. Now I keep getting those 2 things mixed up. As you can see, we are not industry experts. It's so dangerous, and I think the dangers of having that in the house are really coming to fruition through studies this year. So I not only want to save the planet, but I want to save the health and safety of our residents and future residents. So I'm advocating for the zero NOx, but if the council is not comfortable with that, I'd like some more information on the other path. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. And I should have started with Councilmember Wolf, and I apologize. I just don't see you here. But I know that you're here because we're on the subcommittee, and I think you can all see why the subcommittee didn't make a recommendation other than it should come to the full council. So, because it is complicated. But why don't you go next, Councilmember Wolf?
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, this is a really, really hard decision regarding where to go with this, but to some of the points that Councilmember Klein Lopez made, we've kind of already ripped the Band-Aid off by going all electric in the city of Agoura, and it feels like we're taking a step backwards, going for the high performance source energy path as opposed to the zero NOx path. And I'm kind of leaning towards the option 2, the zero NOx path. I understand that it's not legally tested, but we are in a climate crisis and there is no time to test this out, and we have to be leaders, and we were elected to be leaders. So that's kind of where I'm leaning right now. I would like to hear from my fellow council members, but again, this feels like we're taking a big step backwards after we've already made the hard decision to go all electric. Like Council Member Klein Lopez said, I'm extremely disappointed with the Ninth Circuit for this ruling. I would also like to consider possibly like an a la carte approach where we take some things from the high performance option and the zero NOx option. But for right now in deliberations, I'm leaning towards the zero NOx option. So that's where I'm at. I know in our committee we had kind of discussed the high performance because it's legally tested, but for the reasons I just laid out, I am leaning towards option 2, the zero NOx. So I would like to hear from my other council members. So thank you for deferring to me.
Thank you. How about you, Mayor Pro Tem Silva? Oh, yeah, Councilmember Klein
Before we go
Lopez
on,
has one more comment.
Can I make one clarification to my recommendation? I would recommend that we still have continue the exemptions that we have in our current code. I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Now, Los Altos Hills has a lot more.
No, I would recommend what we already have in our own that we've discussed and feel comfortable with, but I just want to make that clear.
Okay, great. Mayor Pro Tem?
I was going to ask if you can remind everyone, what are the exemptions?
In the city's ordinance.
Yes, because that wasn't made clear tonight. I know you said Los Altos has sort of exempted everything.
I know restaurants and medical labs were part of them.
Right. So, so there's at the moment, what were our exemptions in residential?
Hi, Layla here. Happy to break that down. So currently there's residential exemptions for attached accessory dwelling units, swimming pool and spa heaters, and also on the non-residential side, we have backup power for critical facilities, also labs, swimming pools and spas, and commercial food heat processing equipment or commercial kitchens.
So all residential cooking has to be electric. So what about outside barbecues? Did we do anything about that?
We did not go with that exemption.
Okay. So there would be no more gas barbecues outside, correct?
There's propane, but there would also that's what our present ordinance does not make an exemption for gas barbecues.
So people that have existing outdoor barbecues now, if they were to replace them, would they still be able to replace them with gas, or would they then have to go electric?
Well, if the gas is there, and correct me if I'm wrong, they would just be replacing the actual barbecue. And so, it's an existing structure already. But I think that and again, correct me if I'm wrong, if somebody were going to start from scratch at their home and build a barbecue, then it would have to be, maybe not, because, no, it's new construction. So it would probably have to be electric or propane.
Okay, thank you.
Is that right?
Yes, I'm just a little confused, to be honest with you, which would be the best way to go at this point, because also we don't know what the state's going to do in the next cycle. I mean, they may bring in a lot of this stuff and do more heavy lifting. I know we are trying to do that, but I'm not sure if I'm ready to make a decision tonight. I know that sounds terrible, but I'm just confused by exactly what it would mean with the zero NOx for residents in Agoura. And I'm not sure if our residents are even aware that we're really discussing this. So I know it's posted and everything, but until it actually somebody goes to do something and then they suddenly realize what we've done. So I'd like to hold off on my decision till I hear, what the rest of the council would like to do.
Okay, thank you. And I do want to say that one of the options would be if you still had questions, you could ask staff to come back at another meeting with answers to your questions. But moving on, Councilmember Anstead.
Thank you. Yeah, this is we're finding out that this is a very complicated issue dealing with. I actually was on the subcommittee that drafted the Climate Action Plan, and I'm proud of what we've done with the Climate Action Plan already. We've gone to the the Clean Power Alliance. We've passed quite a few transportation items like the bike plan and others to try to change the GHG or the GHG here in Agoura. And I think in this case, this is a very complicated issue. My belief is that right now is it's better left to the state to handle it. And California is leading the country right now in environmental issues. And so I'm comfortable leaving this issue to the California Energy Code. And so that's kind of where I am right now.
Thank you. I have a couple of follow-up questions, if you don't mind. In terms of if we pass a high-performance source energy ordinance versus a zero GHG emissions, is there one that's easier to amend if things come down from the state that are supportive or things change, or is it about the same?
I'll note just one difference with the process. So for the air quality approach, the mechanism is the Cal Green Code, which does not require the CEC review process compared to the energy performance approach, which does require the cost effectiveness studies, the CEC review and approval process as well, just from an adoption approval cycle.
Okay, gotcha. And so if you wanted to amend it, you'd have to go back up to the CEC?
Correct, for each code cycle.
Okay, all right. Well, that's a big deal to me. And then the other question I had is just so, I'm understanding, because I look at the different advantages and challenges that you've presented to us. Both of them, you have to be electric ready. So you have to, even if you want to do all gas, you'd still have to have it so it could be immediately switched over to electric if the state were to go all electric, right?
Correct, and that also already is precedent within the current California Energy Code. There are already established electric ready requirements for certain systems.
Okay, and both of these, even with all the different words and all the different requirements, basically are only dealing with space heaters and water heaters.
The high performance approach specifically emphasizes space heating and water heating. For the zero NOx, there is kind of more of a flexibility where you can choose which appliances would need to meet that zero NOx standard.
Got it. Thank you. So, in my opinion, I would be going with the zero GHG emissions and zero NOx emissions equipment approach. There may be some risk, but what I'm looking at is that, well, let me start by saying We talked about this like 3 or 4 months ago on the subcommittee level, and I went home and I was completely depressed. And then reading it this weekend, I'm completely depressed again. I just can't even believe this is happening. You know, we're trying so hard to save the planet, and you know, sometimes it just feels like we're not really getting anywhere. And now we have a $10 billion bond, you know, that's going to hope, and we can't even have, you know, say new construction can't have a gas stove. I mean, this just seems like low-hanging fruit because it's new construction. So whatever, you know, the courts get to make those, you know, final decisions for us. But this was a lot of work and a lot of effort went into this for it to just, you know, be, you know, that, you know, the court ruled that the ban is preempted. So there you go. I'd like to make it easier for us because I'll bet anything the states, you know, with all due respect to the state, I don't think, you know, they're making anything happen too fast. But if they do in this area, I'd like to be able to amend this and not have to put the staff through the whole process of going and getting the approval and the whole market study, you know, this whole cost effectiveness studies. It sounds so much more complicated to me. And since I don't have, you know, really high hopes that people are going to voluntarily, you know, I'm going to hold out. I do have high hopes that new construction is going to come in and say, you know, we want to do the right thing. We want to keep Agoura Hills beautiful. We want to save the planet, so we're going to go all electric. But just in case that's just a dream, I'd like to make it as easy as possible to make changes down the road. So that's why I would go with the zero GHG emissions and zero NOx emissions equipment approach. Does anybody else have any comments? Did that help you at all, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, it did.
I mean, you know.
Yes, because I mean, I agree with what everybody's saying. We want to do as much as we can. So I will support the zero NOx.
Okay, great.
Nitrogen dioxide.
Okay, so if I can get a motion and a second, the staff's, let me just go back here and read to you. You know what the two approaches are, and so we need a motion and a second to approve the staff recommendation of a zero GHG emissions and zero NOx emissions equipment ordinance. So with that, if I can get a motion and a second.
I will make a motion to adopt the zero GHG emissions and zero NOx emissions equipment approach. Deborah Klein Lopez.
Thank you.
Wolf, I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember Wolf. And I would ask the city clerk to take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Anstad?
Nay.
Councilmember Klein Lopez?
Aye.
Councilmember Wolf?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester?
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber?
Aye.
Mayor Buckley Weber, you have approval 4-1.
Thank you. And thank you so much for making that at least something we can understand. You know, I must have watched the video like 3 or 4 times, but I think I got it. So thank you. And now we will move on to the next item, which is item number 8. And it is a discussion of the retail market assessment prepared by Cosmont Companies. And I'll now defer to the Assistant City Manager, Adeva, for the staff presentation.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Do you mind giving us 30 seconds? As we
No?
do a
Can
quick
I
switch
give
out?
you 5 minutes so that we can take
Even
a break?
better.
Thank
Even
you.
better.
It's on.
Jeremy and Penny, are you there?
Hello.
Oh, you're back.
I was able to say goodnight to Gabriel, so thank you.
Oh. Okay, so we're ready to start up again, and we are on item number 8. And Mr. Adeva, are you ready?
Absolutely, thank you.
Let's do it.
All right, so Madam Mayor and council members, good evening once again. So this item is a discussion of the retail market assessment that was prepared by Cosmont Companies. Before I turn the floor over to Ken Hira and Bobby Valenti sitting next to me, I wanted to give you some background on this item. So I would say over the past year, staff has taken a more proactive approach to monitoring the health of our local economy. We employed the services of Cosmont Companies to begin to gather data for us and provide invaluable insights into the Agoura Hills retail market. In the end, good economic development always comes down to really two foundational principles, right? How do we retain the existing businesses that we have, and how can we attract new businesses to Agoura Hills? So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and pass the floor over to Ken and Bobby from Cosmont Companies to walk through the highlights of the retail market analysis that they prepared.
Welcome, gentlemen. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council that are present and online. Thank you. My name is Ken Hira. I'm the president of Cosmont Companies, and my colleague Bobby Valenti is also here with me. I know that you all have ideally had a chance to receive the full report. The full report is loaded here by way of the presentation. I will clearly not be going through hundreds of slides because we want to be efficient about touching on salient points that are in the retail market assessment, and then certainly be available to answer any questions that you all have. So I'm going to go through it, and I don't read slides. But we were retained to really assist the city. I would say it was a relatively focused assignment to do a retail market assessment. It was somewhat high level, but we did pull a lot of data that I do think is quite relevant. And it's really an understanding of, again, how your local economy is working, and then some of the trends that are going on right now in retail and different land uses. Particularly obviously to your city and the trade area, and then in an effort to try to pursue economic development goals, if you will. We've been in business for 38 years, and we've worked on many studies like these, and I can talk more about that as appropriate. But by way of executive summary, the local trade area here in Agoura Hills is clearly has strong demographics. There's high incomes. There's demand for neighborhood and community serving retail. You have been faced and challenged with a declining population, and I'll show you some graphics that point to that. The city's retail market is generally stable, but there is lots of competition up and down the 101 corridor, and there's a map that will really identify where the competition is. You know it because you probably live it every day, but vacant spaces in the city are generally smaller to medium size. There's restaurants, there's inline space, there is a vacant Rite Aid, there's also a vacant Howard's Appliances, and we'll talk more about that. But today the consumer is really in need of and in desire of convenience. There's a lot of options to get retail products. There's online, there's the use of our smartphones, if you will, there's buying online and picking up, and it's really about convenience. Convenience and technology are driving a tremendous amount of consumer behavior, if you will. I do also want to be clear that the consumer is looking for also an experience, which you're not going to get online with the products that you buy, the commodities that you buy. You're going to look for experience. That's restaurants, it's entertainment. That's going to places that where there's placemaking. So the consumer is looking for that in-person experience that way. There's some retail concepts of, again, placemaking and blending of retail with other land uses, and frankly, even utilizing open space. We see a lot of that in projects today. New developments are experiencing financial feasibility. You know, ground-up development today in all asset classes are quite challenging because of the cost of construction and the price or the cost of the capital that it takes. And I just came back from what's called the ICSC conference. It's a conference of retail trade conference, and we were in Palm Springs. I was there for 2 or 3 days. And it's really a place to get immersed in what's happening in retail, and I can share some of that with you, but we're very engaged in the retail world, and we want to see what's trending and what's happening and what's changing. It's constantly changing. But new development has been challenged. You know, new retail development has really been challenged, per se, for the reasons I mentioned. And there are some tools that we want to talk with you about. We kind of did a high-level menu of tools that can either motivate private investment or serve as some action items and activities that cities can take to be, you know, engaged, business expansion, business retention, business attraction, you know, kind of marketing become very, very important. And frankly, another tool that's important for cities is zoning strategies, and I'll talk more about that. But that will become, I think, a key factor, and it is a key factor for many cities these days. So SWOT analysis, lots of strengths, strong demographics, as we mentioned, very high household incomes, high consumer spending. We'll show you a graphic of a 5-mile radius and the $40,000 per household that people could be spending on retail. Relatively stable retail market. We've done a comparison with other cities, but Agoura Hills does enjoy that. And then a very strategic location, being at the 101 and some major intersections. Challenges or weaknesses, there's rising vacancies. You'll see a history that we provided where there was a real spike in vacancy. You know, it reached 8+%, and now it's back down to about 6.9%. And then, you know, shopping centers could benefit from facelifts and facade improvements and signage upgrades. And that's something that we do with lots of cities. So you're not alone in that case, but that's also an example of a challenge for you all. Opportunities, you know, vacant spaces actually create opportunity. You know, I'm there at the ICSC conference. There's about 3,000 people, and I was with one of the many city clients, and I was with one of the property owners in his city. And that property owner, that developer, bought 20-some-odd leases from Big Lots. Big Lots closing, 99-cent store closing, ironically, created opportunity for those landlords. It created opportunity to fill those spaces. Dollar Tree took some of those spaces. Grocery stores took some of those spaces. Because we have had such little retail development over the last 15 years, because it's really been, you know, we're overbuilt in our country for retail. So we've been right-sizing, and that's not trying to overbuild in the last 15 years, but that's created very low vacancies. So when a 15 or 20,000 square foot box comes available, like Rite Aid, it actually ends up potentially being an opportunity to fill it with either an upgraded tenant. Obviously, that business is not operating anymore. Big Lots and 99-cent store are not operating businesses, and nor is basically Rite Aid either. So it's kind of an opportunity for you all in some of those cases, now dependent on the private sector. And then placemaking projects and potential public-private partnerships. Threats are retail competition. I'll show you the map of, as you all know, all the cities around east and west, if you will, if that's the direction that the 101 goes. You know, lots of competition in concentrations of retail. And then we are in a tough economic condition as interest rates are still high. They're starting to come down. Costs are high, and everybody's being faced with that. All these bullet points here on the economic background and summary of findings, I want to tackle within some of the graphical representations of that information. But we did a lot of this homework, you know, 20,000 folks, give or take, in the city. I look closely at median age. It's at 44.9. It's relatively high. We can call it relatively mature. That's your community. It's a mature community. You've got a tremendous amount of education here at 66%, bachelor's degree and greater. That's a very high level of education. And $208,000 of average household income is significant. Population growth, as I mentioned, unfortunately, the city has actually faced a decline in population growth. Again, that mature population means that either, that median age kind of tells us, do we have millennials living in our city? Are they living someplace else? Can they afford to live in our city? And, we've done work for Thousand Oaks, and we've done some work in the past for you all. And when you look at this market and trade area, it's pretty tough for somebody, young or otherwise, to buy a house, live in a home somewhere. So we've got folks looking for probably lower cost of housing in different places, and there also this American dream of, well, maybe I want more amenities. I want to be in a place where there's activity or action, or a project, a housing project maybe has some amenities that come with it, a blend of retail and residential. So there's graphical representation of education, household income. This is the example of, in a 5-mile radius, there's about $1.1 billion of taxable spending. And if we take an analytical approach to the average household incomes in that 5-mile radius, folks have the ability to spend about 40 grand of their income on these various goods and services. Food at home, food away from home, alcohol, beverages, apparel. So there's a lot of buying power is the point there. We looked at your budget because we think it's important to understand. We tend to look at 3 areas of general fund revenue creation: sales tax, hotel, and property tax. Property tax tends to be the most stable because you've got Prop 13 that allows it to grow at 2%, and generally that's it, unless houses are or property are trading. But you can see your reliance here in the green of 16.9% on transient occupancy tax. So to me, that's kind of good news. Maybe it's good news, bad news. You're reliant on TOT in your general fund, but you have a lot of hotel demand here, and it's generating a lot of revenue. And that's a different way of looking at economic development, because I think the hospitality business, got hit real hard in COVID and has come back relatively strong, at least in the leisure traveler. You've got about 27% reliant on sales tax and about 29% on property tax. You're a low property tax city, relatively speaking. You get about 9 or 10 cents, including your VLF. It's not a high property tax take. And you can see graphically how the tax revenues have grown. You can see the stability of property tax. Sales tax is a little more volatile. Clearly, TOT got decimated during COVID, but then it's on its comeback. So lots of information here. I'm going to point to just probably 3 line items, the biggest line items in 2023 that make up your retail sales: $53 million for home furnishings, and it's been on a decline over 5 years. So home furnishing sales have been on a decline. The next big one is $80 million in gasoline sales. It's basically been stable at 2%. And then $84 million for food and fruit services and drinking places. And that's this idea of restaurants. Restaurants have become retail. Restaurants have become entertainment. Restaurants have become experience. And so we have a lot of people eating out. And that $84 million that inures to your benefit has grown by about 19%. Sales tax history. The online component of sales tax is very important. So you get an allocation from the county, and you can see how Agoura Hills' share of the county sales tax revenue has grown by 67% compared to the direct sales at 16%, which are the brick and mortar. From a job perspective, we want to look at daytime population. Are people here in town? Now, COVID has had a major impact on are people in town? Are people working from home? You have like a 58% probability of folks being able to work from home because of the types of professions that they have. So you got a lot more people, I think, staying in their residential units, working, and of course they're also shopping in those residential units, and they're sleeping in those residential units. So there's a lot going on underneath the roofs of your homes, including jobs. But you have 10,000 folks coming into your city. This is data's a couple years old, and you got 9,000 leaving. So that's a pretty decent job base that can support local retail. That's the point. We have major employers that we look at. And then again, excuse me, the teleworking phenomenon is pretty here to stay, I think, as catalyzed by the pandemic. So retail market data, the vacancy, as we pointed out, stable, real stable vacancy for retail is about 5 to 7%. When you see 5 to 7%, things are generally really occupied. You had a spike in 2023 and then a little bit of a decline in the second quarter of 2024, and your vacancy is down to 6.9%. You have about 1.5 million of retail, and there's about 103,000 vacant. Now, here's the problem with CoStar, which is our data source, which is the data source. It's the best data source for this kind of information, is Rite Aid is not in that number. So, okay, I'm just giving that as a footnote. Howard's is not in that number because I think there's some activity in Howard's. I drove by it today. I didn't see a lot of activity, but the property's also for sale. So I don't know if you've seen that, but there's a big sign with a phone number and somebody marketing it for sale. So I think the next steps, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I would love for the city to learn a lot more about what's going on with all these phone numbers on these buildings and who's doing what. And it's part of our next step suggestions, and that is to really connect with property owners, connect with active brokers, connect with property managers, connect with the folks who are dealing with the small businesses, connect with those folks and just understand in an open dialogue, what are they facing? What's happened? What's the status of that building? What's the status of those vacancies? That's a real way to get a lot of education, I think, is just, be in the marketplace as leaders. We did some comparisons, and you can see the different sizes of the retail market. Again, Agoura Hills at about 1.5 million. Thousand Oaks to the west or north is significantly bigger, 6.1 million square feet at 6.7% vacancy. Woodland Hills, all the way to the far right, is another very, very big market, 4.8 million square feet, 5.7% vacancy. And then the history of vacancy, as you can see, there was a spike, but then it's starting to come back down. The 8.5% is down to 6.9%. We've listed all of the retail spaces that we found in our market research. So there's just at least a good inventory of some of these spaces. Some are in the 1,000 square foot range. Others go all the way up to 5 to 10 to 20,000 feet. And then this is really graphically the notion of, if you look at the big red concentrated areas, again, to the west is Thousand Oaks, to the east or south is sort of the Woodland Hills market. And you've got millions of square feet that are basically attracting. So I think of it as a barbell, and you're in the middle. And so that's a challenge, and there's not much we can do about that. Bobby and I worked on a similar circumstance out in the low desert, and it was between Palm Desert and La Quinta, and Indian Wells is right in between. And they were sort of in the middle of the barbell. And it's like, okay, how do we business attract? And we actually did work for that to show through Placer AI, which is a mobile data analytic tool, that a Sprouts could work in a vacated Ralph's. And it's a little success story because that Sprouts moved into that vacated Ralph's, and they're open for business today. But they were in the middle of that barbell, challenged by the data and the consumer pattern. So this tells us a lot about concentration of retail. You've got, of course, right next door, Westlake Village. To the west, you've got Calabasas to the east, and a lot of major retail centers. And then we've listed all of your shopping centers and the different vacancies. Again, this data is sourced by CoStar. And then each one of the properties, we kind of drill down to show the status of them and some ownership and the size and who's in each one of the centers. So hopefully it's a database that can be utilized to then take some next steps. We did a lot of Placer AI research. Placer AI tracks our phones, and like it or not, it knows where we go. And if you stop someplace for 7 minutes, if you're at work, if you're at home, if you're at the grocery store, it counts that as a trip, and we can actually track trips, track demographics, track where people are coming, where they're going. So it is quite a powerful tool. So we did that here with a lot of information. I just want to spend a minute here. This picture is kind of a heat map in the red. This is 3 centers that we picked, and it shows where the customers are coming. These are in Agoura Hills, where their customers are coming from. If you just glance at it, you'll see they're very local. They're coming from very local distances. It makes sense because these are neighborhood centers. When you look at the Wizen Center as an example, and we use this example because it was the one that clearly just had the most distinctive and broadest reach. So this tells us, wow, people are coming from a long way for the entertainment, for the restaurants, for the boutique stores there, and it's more experiential, if you will, than just a grocery, a neighborhood shopping center or a grocery store. So, Placer's a pretty powerful tool that can help us understand how far people are coming from, where they're coming from, and again, what their demographics are. The issue, of course, is we picked 2 centers right outside the city boundaries. And if you see the color overlapping, guess what? It says that people from Agoura Hills, residents here, they're going to Summit at Calabasas, Westlake Village, and they're going to all those other places. They're going to Costco right outside the city. And so that pattern is real tough to necessarily change, per se, because of the concentration of the retail. But we've got a listing of all kinds of information with respect to favorite places where the city residents go, within a 5-mile radius. We did a lot more Placer research on maybe some voids, what restaurants aren't here per Placer AI, QSR, fast food, breakfast, coffee places, selected retail categories, fitness, which is as I came back from ICSC, I saw a trend that I've been seeing for years now, health and wellness. I call it health and wellness. And that is, we are all very keen on, detox spas and red light spas and, fitness, different segments of the fitness market. So it's a really growing and robust area of growth. So toolkits, and I'll try to wrap up, but this is just a menu. This doesn't mean that all of these are going to be perfect fits for the city of Agoura Hills, but I really think that focusing in on business expansion, business retention, business attraction could be an area where you could help yourselves in trying to help any of those vacancies, and fill those. And it's not that the city is going to fill those vacancies, but it's understanding what the owners of that real estate or the tenant market is really up to or what they're interested in. And I think that comes with communication. One suggestion would be, you could have an open forum where brokers and managers could come and let them come and tell, you all what's tough about the city and what's good about the city. Have that open mind. We do that with other cities. Zoning and entitlement strategies and the permitting process. We know from a lot of experience that if it's hard to get a permit, if it's hard to get an entitlement in a city, it's that old saying about time is money. And the private sector either doesn't have the patience, they don't have the money, or it's really tough if getting a permit is a roadblock. So you have developers and those investors who are going to put money into your city, and if there's a business-friendly approach to, hey, let's work together or collaborate or be flexible, great. But if there isn't, it becomes a challenge. So that's why we put zoning and land use in the permitting process as a tool, frankly. And there's other tools that we've used, public-private partnerships, tax incentives, and again, a lot of it can also be geared toward marketing. So we drill down a little bit on each of those: business attraction, zoning and permitting, a sales tax assessment revenue replacement tool that we've used before, and then this idea of public-private partnerships, subsidies. Special districts or tax increment financing districts are a little bit tough because you don't get a lot of property tax, but LA County has a policy where they'd be willing to share in their taxes. And then special districts, again, there's a whole list there. The last part of our report is kind of this trend section, if you will, that just touches on where has retail been and where has it evolved to. And so that's what we kind of put in here, that it's about experience. How e-commerce has had a major impact on brick and mortar retail. Again, it's probably at $1 trillion level. And there's very innovative ways that retail can be experiential and serve the consumer. And then I'll just, I'll kind of close with this notion of, if I look at retail and do a retail study, I still have to know what's happening in the residential world, what's happening in the office world to a degree, what's happening in the industrial world, because they're all starting to kind of blend together, and they do rely upon each other. And so, as I mentioned earlier, housing, in our estimation at Cosmont, is that it's frankly not a loss, fiscal loss necessarily. It's not a loss leader. In fact, it's a growth driver, because sometimes that retail just needs more concentrations of people. So that's a density proposition. That's a housing proposition. We're in a massive housing shortage, so more people can support more retail. So that's how that goes hand in hand. Retail is blending with other uses. It's right sizing. Again, Rite Aid as a company has been around a long time, and it's sad, but they're basically not in business anymore. Teleworking is reconfiguring, how office is in demand, clearly is catalyzed by the pandemic. And then industrial takes all kinds of shapes and forms, including last mile delivery and fulfillment and e-commerce and all these things about 10 years ago we were not talking about. So I'll leave it at that, and if you've got questions, there's more to our report, but Romero, I can turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ken. And as you can see, obviously, there's a lot of information there, and I kind of go back to what Ken is always saying as we're kind of working on this. It's a lot of great information, a lot of great data, only means so much if you do something with it, right? So it's like that, now what? And so we, obviously the city, we are concerned about being a better partner with our business community and connecting ourselves to see what they truly want. And so I kind of thought I'd take a second to walk through or sort of kind of reestablish the guardrails on discussion for tonight, right? Because obviously with all this data, there's a lot to be discussed and things that will go beyond just this meeting. But what this meeting really is, we took this to the subcommittee, the LUEDC, and got really great feedback. And one of the items that we're looking for the city council to weigh in on is sort of a list of next steps that we put together as a result of some of the feedback that we got from the subcommittee. So to Ken's point earlier, a lot of this is really what we're suggesting is to go and engage with the community. The subcommittee was very straightforward with the need to talk to our businesses, talk to the residents. Frankly, as Ken had mentioned earlier, to talk to the commercial real estate brokers, understand what the people are actually saying about doing business in Agoura Hills, because we can all assume and we think we might know, but let's talk to the folks themselves to see what the community wants here and to see what concerns and challenges the retail market is actually having, so that we can better discuss how to start retaining and attracting new businesses into the city. So that first, what I'm hoping we can get as a first set of feedback is for the list of next steps, which is again to go ahead and engage the community. After we engage the community, what we'd like to do is be able to take that feedback, and then staff internally take that feedback, look at what those options mean, put together some details on everything related to what we're hearing from the community, and then ultimately bring those options and pros and cons and challenges and whatnot and bring that to the LUEDC. Have a discussion with them, see what they think, take that feedback and then ultimately turn it around into another discussion here before the city council and before the community, so that we can report back on what the community is actually saying. So even though there's so much to be said, and I think that there's so much great data here to look at and to think about what could be, that first step is really understanding what does the community feel like they want to see in the community. And so we think that that is in line, of course, with the subcommittee, and that's the first sort of like that list that I'd love to be able to get your feedback on. The second part is just some of those tools that were expressed in the report, in the later part of the report that Ken touched on. Really, if there's any deal breakers, non-starters, if there's ones that particularly speak to you, we can talk about that. But really, it's helpful when we have these discussions to also understand the tools that we're walking into these discussions with. Ultimately, it's not going to be tonight's intent to have the council say, yes, absolutely, we're agreeing to do all or any of those on that list. But if you're open to having us look into them, then we'll do just that. And I think that's going to lead to the further discussion that we will have at a later time, which is to look at all of those options with the tools that we have, and then to be able to come back to the council with the feedback from the community, and then have a greater discussion about where this can all lead. So that's what we're trying to do tonight. We're not really trying to get bigger than that for tonight's discussion. So with that, we'll go ahead and conclude staff's report, and then, of course, we're here to answer any questions you have, and we'll turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, and thanks for that report. It was fun to read, actually. I thought. I like seeing that every few years. You know, I think I know the people of the city of Agoura Hills, and then I read that, and there's always a few surprises. So does anybody have any questions? I have a question. So when we're looking about the sales tax income, is incorporated into that the online sales tax? That's in there?
Yeah, that's in there. Your share that comes to your general fund would be, and I think we saw some percentages on the right. I forget, it was like 17%.
Yeah.
Give or take, of the total sales tax you get will be coming from the county pool. Both those numbers, direct and county pool, are in your sales tax revenue numbers.
Okay, great. I thought so, but I just wanted to make sure. And what about, let's see. I don't think that I have any other actual questions. So nobody else has any questions? Go ahead, Councilmember Klein Lopez.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and it was great being part of the subcommittee where we really did go kind of slide by slide and get into it, which, to the mayor's point, is actually fascinating, and I love that kind of stuff. So, so thank you. So you were saying we have a 6.9% vacancy rate, but that doesn't include some of our big ones. So just, if you had to guess what our actual vacancy rate is without pinning you to an exact number, what would you say?
Let me give you an estimate. What it is I will take 106,000 square feet, give or take. I'm going to add 30,000 because I believe that's about what Howard's is. It's difficult to see, we can figure it out, but to understand the Rite Aid, I should give a shorter answer, but what Rite Aid and what CVS and these pharmacies are dealing with today is they all grew so significantly. There's 8,000 or 9,000 Walgreens in our country, 8,000 or 9,000 CVSs in our country. Rite Aid, who knows how many there are. And so the inline portion and versions of those, we can find the square footage. They don't really work for those companies because they wanted to be on the corner and have a drive-through, et cetera. So we're guessing that space is 15,000 square feet, And so if I add that as an estimate, that's 150,000 feet total, and I will divide that, round it by 1.5 million. It gets you to 10%.
Oh.
Yeah. Now, the part that's interesting is, and I'm glad you asked that question because that's really a great question. I don't know what activity is going on in those spaces when CoStar goes and does the research and says, Rite Aid, is it vacant? They may still be paying rent. And so the owner may not be out marketing it to say, hey, it's vacant, so they may not tell CoStar that it's vacant. We know it's vacant. And we've been in that situation. I was working for a city in Orange County, and they had a vacant Sam's Club, and they didn't count it. And I said, that's 90,000 square feet. It's vacant. Well, they were paying rent.
Well, they pay rent, but they also pay a percentage of their sales. Usually the leases have, what is it called, CAM?
Percentage rent.
I used to work in this field where they, CAM? Am I making that up?
Well, CAM is common area maintenance, which is
Oh, no, that's not what it is. I'm trying to impress you with my retail.
I'm sorry.
It's not, and I'm failing miserably.
I should have said I don't know what CAM is.
No.
Unfortunately, I have a long history in retail.
Yeah, but don't they usually have?
Yeah, a lot of times you'll have leases that are set up. They're called triple net leases, and they'll pay rent, and they'll pay all those other expenses. But if you can negotiate with them to pay a percentage rent, they'll give you if they can do something above a certain threshold. And sometimes there is percentage rent that gets paid. But in these circumstances, when they're paying rent and it's very low, and maybe their lease hasn't expired yet, a landlord might be very disincentivized necessarily to go release it. I mean, they should be incentivized because you should be able to get more rent. But it'd be like saying, hey, something's just vacant and I'm getting a check every month. Okay, you may be a little bit less motivated. So that's what happens sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And so that Rite Aid space right now isn't on CoStar's radar. But as I said before, when you take those big chunks and they can be backfilled, because I believe they will be backfilled, I think it's good real estate, that vacancy rate will be much more in a range that's normalized or stabilized.
Okay, and then my other question is, when you gave the example with the Sprouts, with the barbell and the Sprouts right in the middle, is that you were hired by the city to be in touch with these property owners and brokers and
Absolutely.
Okay, so it's not like we need an extra staff member. We have to, there are consultants out there that help us do this.
I was at the conference just now. I had 14 meetings in one day with 4 different city clients. So I may seem a little tired, but that's partly because that conference was
good. That's
very,
good.
very, very, very busy. And we have lots of city clients that we help. These things take time. And that's the other trick is, we can't go to an ICSC conference, come home, and I say, hey, council, I've got great news. I just filled your Rite Aid for you. Because
Right.
the owners should be motivated to do that. The brokers should be motivated to do that. So we sometimes collaborate in that fashion, but it's where cities are in fact helping themselves. And they hire an economic development consultant to go in a discreet fashion and say, can you help us with business attraction?
Okay. And then I actually have one more question for staff. The 4 steps, the 4 recommended next steps, what is the time frame you're imagining for those?
So I think the first part of having that public forum, I think we'll do it by the end of the calendar year. So I'm anticipating probably in the next couple of months even having that, as soon as, assuming the council is okay with the proposed list, then we can go ahead and start to work on getting the word out and seeing how we can get everyone into one room together. So I'd say in the next couple of months, but no later than the end of the calendar year.
And then after that, how do you imagine it plays out?
Yeah, and then, I would imagine that, we'd probably, I think, come back after the new year. We'd be pressing right up against November and December, and it's never really a good time to kind of take those really meaty items at that time. So I would imagine that we would probably come back in January to, have a subcommittee meeting, and then ultimately either end of January or early February or something, come back to the full city council to have the next discussion.
Great, thank you.
I have a question. So is there a document that says next steps? I see the toolkits. Am I missing something?
So Mayor Buckley Weber, it should be in the staff report. Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay,
Yeah,
got it.
it's in the-
Let me go back to that. Thank you. Okay, so are there any other questions? Councilmember Wolf or Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I have a question.
Go right
I have
ahead.
2 questions. The first one is we keep talking about Rite Aid. It's my understanding that an Ace Hardware is going into Rite Aid. Is that not, does anyone know differently? I mean, it was reported on that that site was going to be taken over by an Ace Hardware. Is there any information that says otherwise that anyone knows?
This is Ken. I don't personally have information either way. And I would only say that I think that's great if that's the case. And perhaps that's why it's not showing up as a vacancy, because I don't know the answer to that question, but there's maybe a lease already signed.
Okay, well, yeah, it's my understanding that there is an Ace Hardware, which I think is great, but also problematic for another business. Another question that I have, and you explain it in the report really well, but I was just hoping that you could talk through it just while in person, is regarding what it would look like upgrading shopping centers. Like, how can a city council be involved in upgrading shopping centers to make them more appealing to customers, even though they're private businesses, privately owned. What have you seen in the past, and what could that look like for the city of Agoura in theory?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. You know, there's sort of the carrot and the stick approach, in a sense. We're dealing with some cities that have centers that have not been reinvested in years and years and years and years, and it's a problem. It's a bad image, and it's where landlords aren't paying attention to the real estate, and you know, frankly, they suffer from that. They don't get the rents that they could get if they did a facade improvement, if they complied with a sign program, if they created a sign program, if they created better landscaping. And so there are some sort of code, you know, enforcement type mechanisms, if you will, not significant because it's private property, but that's kind of the stick approach. I sort of like the carrot approach, which is, okay, small businesses or businesses that are there, they might have a tenant sign, and these could cost thousands and thousands of dollars to upgrade, and the landlord says that's your responsibility or whatever the lease is structured. And so there have been cities that have created these facade improvement programs or sign upgrade programs or, you know, landscape upgrade programs where maybe the city says, look, I'll share in that with you, owner of real estate, and you want to do it transparently, and you want to do it, you know, probably citywide, if you will, or district-wide, if you will. And it's a way. Frankly, it's a public-private partnership. It's a version of that. So that does take some investment from cities, or you know, if you've got a strict sign code that forces owners of centers to make sure that they're adhering to something that's visually acceptable to the city and the community, that's a different, you know, thought process.
Thank you. Appreciate that thoughtful response. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester?
Yes, thank you, because I'm on the subcommittee, so this is the second time I've looked at this report. And I think we agreed in the subcommittee meeting that we do need to have more outreach to our local businesses, which is why Ramiro was saying that was, you know, going to be the first step. Because, you know, people say, oh, well, it's so hard to get a permit, or it's so hard to do this, or it's hard to do that. But that's all hearsay. So that's why we need to sit down with the business, you know, businesses that are operating in addition to the landlords and their brokers, because I don't know if we've had any feedback, have we, from them in the last few years about where the problems lie as far as the landlords and brokers are concerned? Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
So that's why this is the you know, the number one phase. And I think, you know, the sooner we do that, the better. That's just my contribution.
Thank you. Councilmember Anstead.
The only item, Ken, that I wanted to ask you, and actually we always do it even after this since we're going to go through a process, but I think for me, the 8 different strategies, I would love to have especially examples that you know about in the local area, either LA County or Ventura County, and specifically with kind of the same size cities. Because it's hard to let's say if you're going to use tax incentives or other things like that, if it's a big city compared to a small city, not going to have the same type of impact or the amount of money that we would have available. Right. So I think those are the types of things I would love to see going forward, to be able to try to figure out, all right, not to reinvent the wheel, in other words, what are some of the things some of the other cities of our size have done to try to increase the retail development.
Yeah, that's very fair. I'm in the middle of a lot of different projects, and there is one where the city was very keen on having certain tenants come to a to be part of a new development. And as a trade-off, if you will, to make sure that developer was elevating the brands of tenancies, and the tenancies, they wanted to be there, so it's hard to twist somebody's arm. So they really got an elevated level of a set of brands, but there were some off-site costs that were going to really help the developer in that case, because they were public improvements. And so there was an example of a way, it wasn't a significant, amount of money. In fact, it was de minimis. It is de minimis. It hasn't gone through yet, but it was a case study that kind of you're asking about, and I'm in the middle of several of those.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anything else? Okay, seeing no further questions, then we are going to move on to public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers or comments?
We do not.
Nobody, okay, thank you. Then we'll move on to deliberations and give staff some sort of, first they want to know, from what I understand, you want to know if we support an outreach program and something about that. And then secondly, you want to know about your list in the staff report. Based on you want to make sure that the rest of the council likes the idea of that based on the feedback, you'd go back to the LUEDC subcommittee.
Right, yeah, with that list, the list of strategies, potential strategies, if you're okay, we can go back and do the details on them and then bring it back later.
Okay, great. So let's get started. So we have Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to start since you're on the subcommittee?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I just feel the sooner we get started talking to our businesses, the better. Because, I mean, otherwise we're just going around in a circle. But, and on the other hand, too, with the understanding that Agoura Hills has a certain look, we do have strict, sign ordinances. We do have, other strict regulations about what we will allow. And so all of that has to be taken into consideration too, because we've never wanted to be a big box town. And I think our residents are very happy that we aren't. So while we want to promote businesses, we also are quite, particular about which ones we do want in the city. So it's a sort of double-edged sword. But yes, we do need a dialogue. And I think the fact that there are no business owners here or property owners here this evening, I mean, I think it speaks volumes about the lack of interaction between us. So thank you.
Thank you very much. How about Councilmember Klein Lopez?
Thank you. I was thrilled when you came to the subcommittee. I think this is long overdue for us to be prioritizing and looking at and prioritizing a 10% vacancy rate. You might have heard me actually gasp. That's a lot, and it's more than our neighbors. So it's nothing to sneeze at. And so I really appreciate everything you put in the thorough report. I do want to give a quick shout out to Bill Tucker, who is here tonight. He's the property owner of Wizens, and if you go through the report, you will see that Wizens is at the top of a lot of the success story slides, and there's a reason for that. I mean, he's really created the Wizen Market Square to be many of the things that Ken was talking about, experiential. It attracts, entertainment and youth and all of the, from outside of the area. And so I think we have case studies right here in town of what works. And I said it in the subcommittee meeting, and I want to say it here on the dais publicly, that we really thank you for the work that you've done in kind of creating a vibrant center for our community. And I don't think that should go unnoticed. So I just want to say that. I think as we go into the next stage, which I fully support, and I think the subcommittee supports, I'm very supportive of meeting with the business owners and hearing what they need and hearing what their challenges are. I think I know what some of those answers are going to be, and so we can go through those one by one. I also want to make sure, as the Mayor Pro Tem alluded to, is I think we need, and we've noted here a lot of the resident feedback as well, because sometimes we run into this recurring problem where everybody wants something, but nobody wants the traffic that goes with it, or they're worried that there's not enough parking for something. And so, to me, infrastructure is a big issue with development in general, whether it's housing or commercial. And so I'm very, very interested in some of these special district options like enhanced infrastructure financing districts and other types of vehicles that we may have to get some financing that can improve the infrastructure around the economic development that we need. Because I think that is a real tough barrier for us, is that, you know, we're a little town with little roads and little parking lots and no big boxes. And so that creates some infrastructure challenges. So as we go out and look at that, I'd like to keep that in mind. And when we talk to residents, you know, maybe we can explain that maybe there are some options for us to be able to enhance the infrastructure a little bit without changing our character. So I think that's a big part of it. And, you know, I think we'll talk more in subcommittee and at a later stage when we have more information, but I'm absolutely enthusiastic about moving forward. I think this is a very important priority that I think our council needs to be focused on. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anstead?
Yep, I will second that comment that it's a very important issue, and I actually love the recommendation on getting the feedback, and so I'm all for it. I think the main thing too, I don't know if the one thing I would caution us to do is not to just focus on retail. That would be all business in Agoura, not just retail business, and so I would want to get feedback not just from retail businesses, but from all businesses in Agoura Hills, and how we could better partner with all businesses, because we want to make sure that we're focusing on trying to bring businesses, whether it be retail or non-retail, here to Agoura Hills, and making sure that we have a vibrant business community here. So I think that those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wolf.
Great, thank you. I want to give a big shout out to the subcommittee for getting this done, and to Ramiro for his work on this. Agoura Hills, part of our both our success and some of our detriment is that we haven't implemented big box stores, and we haven't had some of these big businesses come in, and that has both hindered some of our growth but also contributed to the character of our city. So it's this fine balancing act that we continue to struggle with. But I think that we need to look at creative solutions going forward, like these public-private partnerships. I'm one of the big takeaways from this really, really well done study, I think, is looking at zoning changes to see what that could mean for the city, looking at not just, as Councilmember Anstead said, retail, but looking at some mixed use for residential, looking at creative zoning throughout the city, because I think we need to draw more young people to live here. It's really, really hard for millennials to be able to afford homes in Agoura Hills, or even to live out here, and that's going to be our next base of consumers. And so looking at creative ways to get more people living out here in underutilized office spaces, underutilized retail spaces. And that's something I would really kind of recommend looking at going forward in these creative solutions. Bringing biotech to our region, bringing really interesting up and coming businesses to the city of Agoura Hills, not just our region, but to Agoura. And so I would also like to look at ways to upgrade our shopping centers to make them more desirable. The Councilmember Klein Lopez highlighted the Wizen Center, which is like the crown jewel of the city, but there's a lot of other centers that need a lot of work, and maybe the city can find creative ways to partner with them to revamp them for both the benefit of the business, which will then benefit the city in turn. Um, this was, as the mayor said, this was a really interesting report, and I learned a lot from it. And I appreciate the work that went into it. But I just want to highlight looking at creative solutions. I'm open to zone changes, looking at mixed use, and great work on this. So thank you.
Thank you. So a couple of things on the outreach, which I'm completely supportive of. I'm going to recommend that perhaps some of that outreach you go to people. So one thing I would recommend is going to one of the senior programs up at the event center and see what the seniors want, because that's clearly an issue. That there's our demographics, there's a lot of seniors here, and you know, we should really be looking at how we can kind of juggle this, because seniors love to go out. We're totally not spending our money like we should be, and we go out early. So you can juggle that with, the young people go out later. So we're like long gone and home by the time the young, so, maybe there's some ways that, just be creative about that. I would also think that maybe taking and doing a little workshop in Malibu, because there's no doubt that people in Malibu come over to Agoura Hills and kind of see what do they like about coming to Agoura Hills, and what would bring them, what would they like? And maybe that's done in writing, I don't know, but it's just try and reach out to them. A 55 and older community would be something that if the company, the city could help bring one in. I'm not talking about assisted living, I'm talking about 55 and over community. Those are things, to look at. I can tell you this, that when I did the mayor's table, there was a company that there was something like 20 engineers came to Ladyface, and they sat and chatted with us. They love Agoura Hills, and every one of them said, I can't afford to live here. I wish I could. And these are engineers. They're probably all making six figures. And so, that was kind of eye-opening. So there's no doubt that housing is needed here to be able to generate that buzz and to get young people, like Councilmember Wolf was saying. So we got to kind of figure out how we're going to do that and try and, hopefully the developments will do mixed use, because under the housing element, yeah, it's called mixed use, but, we'll see if any of it does turn into mixed use. I think that when we talk about rehab and renovation, I would really encourage you guys that we look at walkability. And we have, as Councilmember Klein-Lopez says, the Wiz and Marketplace, which we know is really successful. And you can park once, and you can walk around, and you can shop, and you can eat, and you can get a drink, and you can get an ice cream without getting back into your car. And I think there's other areas in the city of Agoura Hills that we could work with property owners. You've got a bakery, a donut shop, a Starbucks, and and an urgent care, all in the same place, which is a great thing. And somehow, if you could connect them so that they, parking is always an issue, but trying to figure that out. And there's many more behind the Vaughn Center, behind the Ralph Center, having a walking path back there. Whatever we can look at to try and make it, a more happening area, I think that's going to really go a long way. Again, it's all about experience. And you don't have an experience and even looking at some of these pictures, it's just, you don't have an experience when you pull up, park your car, go inside, come out, get back in your car, and go somewhere else. So, it's nice to be able to stay in one area. I love the idea of the public-private partnerships, because I think that that's something that we can work on. I love the idea of like shared spaces. We have Agoura Village Bakery and Moral Restaurant, they share a space, but they do have separate kitchen. It's just fascinating to me. And they have one outdoor area, and it's, it's always crowded down there. I mean, it's just, people like it. There's something about it. So I'm not an expert, but I think that, there's a good vibe there. And so those kinds of, bring in people. I think that, going forward, we're really going to have to look at a parking authority district. And I know we talked about this years ago about like what Culver City did. Behind the storefronts, they put in, they're not huge, but they're little 2-story parking lots, city parking lots. And because we're kind of held back because we don't really have enough parking other than, sprawling parking lots. And, the more retail we're going to have come in, there's nothing, it's a killer if you can't find a place to park. If you want to go out for dinner on a Saturday night and it's like, a lot of people feel that way about the South Bay. It's too hard to park down there. You know, those kinds of things from out-of-towners. So I would look at the parking authority district. Let's see. Yeah, I think that you guys are definitely onto something. I think it's, you know, it's a great start. It needs to be a priority, because if we don't, you know, and it can be combined with our climate action goals, and it can be combined with the way we want our city to look, because there are other centers that are doing it. And so there's 2 centers to look at, and you may know of them, Ken. One is called, I got to find my phone. Give me a second, because I just got this today, and they're fascinating concepts, really, and could work in Agoura Hills. So one is called, it's called the Sky Deck. It's down in, where's the racetrack down there? Down south. Not Santa Ana? Del Mar. It's in the Del Mar area. Carmel Valley is what it's really called. Fascinating, big building, and you walk in, and there's a bar in the middle, a big bar area, and you can sit down, and all around the bar are different restaurants, but you can sit in the bar and order from any of the restaurants. And then upstairs is like a brewery and a winery. And right next door to that shopping center, which is probably one of the biggest I've ever seen, is something called One Paseo. And One Paseo is very Agoura Hills, if you want to look it up. It's single story, just really fun, you know, stores and restaurants, small, green areas in the middle, chairs and benches, and just a really lovely, they even have a little dog park there. It's very dog friendly. It's very Agoura Hills. So I would take a look at those 2 things, because in those private public partnerships, we might, something like those one's an indoor one and one's, you know, outdoor, and we might be able to get something similar to that. And so I encourage that. But it's very exciting. So I think it's, you know, going to be really a nice thing. And good luck to the subcommittee. I can tell that you guys look at this as a priority, and so I feel very comfortable that, you know, something will be coming back to the council. Thank you. Does anybody else have any other comments? You don't want to stay here all night? No comments? Okay, then let's see. Do you need anything more from us, Mr. Adeva? You got it? Okay. So that's that. So now we're going to go on to the next item, which is item number 9. It's a discussion of the City of Agoura Hills Draft Crisis Communications Plan. And I will now defer to Assistant City Manager Adeva for the staff presentation. Busy night, Romero.
Hello. Can I just say how much I love Mary Haddad? She's amazing. So this one, I am so happy to be able to pass this presentation on to our esteemed communications manager, Mary Haddad. This plan, I will just say, has been a struggle for me to get done, and she came in and made it look so easy. So huge thanks to Mary. It's a great report, and I'm happy to go ahead and pass the microphone over to her.
Well, Mary.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ramiro, for that very warm introduction. Good evening, everybody. Honorable Mayor, City Council members, community members that are still with us. Mary Haddad, proudly serving as your communications manager. Tonight, we're going to be going over a very important strategic document, which is going to be really leading the effort and serving as a framework for crisis communications for our city. So I'm just going to dive right into it for the sake of time. I know it's a pretty lengthy document, but tonight what our goal is to go over some background on the formulation of the crisis communications plan draft, reviewing the actual key elements within the draft, soliciting input from all of you and any community members who would like to give us input, and then following some next steps, which would include taking all of the feedback from tonight, incorporating it into the plan, and then essentially adopting this plan into our own documents in the case of a crisis and utilizing it for training staff. So looking forward to a fruitful discussion with you all tonight. Diving right into some background information here, I'd like to note that this document is derived of research from various other existing documents, including our emergency operations plan. We also took some time to take a look at the after-action review of the Woolsey fire incident. This one was very important because in there, towards the end of the document, there were some very strong communications recommendations from the county on improving communications and really serving as a front with our partners in the case of another Woolsey or another crises. So it takes into considerations of those recommendations. We also had the opportunity to have the document reviewed by some of our public safety leaders, including Chief Smith, Captain C2, who reviewed the document and gave us some really great feedback. Of course, we met with our phenomenal communications subcommittee who gave us really great feedback that's incorporated into a few pages that we'll go over within the plan. And I just want to take a note that we are already using the plan. So we, in the development of the plan, created a lot of templates that we'll dive deeper into. One of them being something that, if you follow us on social media, you've seen, our earthquake notices, and we created that, and then timing a week after we had our first earthquake in the region. So we were able to get this out relatively quickly, and before a lot of our other partners in the region who actually experienced the earthquake in their city. So we were proud to be able to do that first, and utilize these templates for any future incidents. So just going over some overall objectives of the plan, I think it's very important to note that the plan keeps in mind the really vital goal of ensuring the safety and well-being of our residents, businesses, community at large, and it will serve as a clear framework for us in the case of a crisis. So the plan, diving right into it, in the first few pages, specifically page 4, we define various crisis incidents, which include the following here. And this was really important for us to do right in the beginning of the document because it helped us set a framework on the kinds of templates we wanted to create, the different kinds of response processes that we wanted to define. So this is in page 4 of that document. Going forward into the document, you'll see the next page is really related to defining stakeholders and partners and the importance of those two groups. Stakeholders include our neighboring cities, our public safety partners, our residents, and our partners include various governmental agencies, local, federal, county level. And this was also something really important to include in the beginning of the document because it helped us create a very comprehensive contact list. That's not published today because it has a lot of contact information in there, but we do have that internally, and you'll see why that serves a really important purpose when we're in the middle of a crisis. So the big question, the plan really goes into details on the various roles, responsibilities, processes. So without further ado, I'll just dive right into those. So going over some of the overviews of roles and responsibilities, as we mentioned earlier, the plan is very consistent with our emergency operations plan and the organizational chart within that. So city manager or designee serving as our EOC director, putting that information in the case of a crisis to the necessary staff and our city council, and the determination of whether we need an EOC activation depending on the level of that crisis, and then those operations commencing following those steps. So here's just that organizational chart. And because this is something that's very communications related, we're gonna dive deeper into the role of the PIO. So in the city of Agoura Hills, we've determined that the communications manager, myself, would serve in the role of the PIO within an EOC activation or crisis communications incident. And responsibilities are further defined in the plan, but here we summarize it. And then also, depending on the level of that crisis, the PIO will be able to determine if we need to activate a larger crisis communications team. The plan also goes into details on what positions within the city would serve on that team and the different roles that they would represent. So it goes into some of those details. And then
The plan goes into kind of the really meaty part, which is the actual response process. And that includes, one, the crisis has developed. Of course, we start with that, or it's developing, gathering initial information, that initial information being put out right away, or at least an acknowledgement message being put out right away, so our residents know that we're working on the issue and verifying information as the crisis develops. And then if needed, coordinating and planning outreach with that crisis communications team or the PIO solo, continuing to release information as it's being confirmed and verified, continuous approval from the EOC director or incident commander, and then of course continuing to monitor and verify and disseminate. And something really, really important that you'll see across every single process is the importance of an all clear or closing out message. Oftentimes in various cities, I've seen where a crisis occurs and there's not kind of an all clear, letting folks know what happened and next steps to be better prepared. So we wanted to make that a really important part of our response process. I just want to take a moment here because we started with this response process in our crisis communications plan, but taking it to the communications subcommittee, they had some wonderful feedback on this piece to really dive a little bit deeper into the specific kinds of crises that are possible. That's why here we defined what a level 2, level 1, level 2, level 3 activation would look like in an EOC. So in the following slides, you'll see that we go deeper into what each level of response looks like, because we know it's very important to have a plan that's flexible, it's adaptable, because we know that no one crisis is ever the same. So we'll go ahead and dive into what would be considered a, oh wow, it's doing some special effects right there. Sorry about that. A level 3 response, which would be our lowest level of activation. And a perfect example of this would be the recent earthquakes in the region, and a more simpler response process, which includes working with our partners to determine, or our own research to determine what has occurred, utilizing our existing templates for initial outreach and continuous outreach, posting across all of our platforms for awareness, continuing to update that as needed, continuing to monitor, and then of course that really important step of putting out a closing or all clear message. And then here to the left, you just see some examples of what that would look like. Okay, I think I just realized what I did there. So here we have a level 2 response, which would be a moderate level activation. And here you have what looks like various crisis incidents that may escalate into a larger EOC activation. So that includes a potential local storm. I know we're in another El Nino kind of pattern, so staying tuned for that. Local earthquake, potential threats to any part of the community. And so you'll see in this process, it's very similar, but we added another step here, is should the crisis escalate, to prepare for a full EOC activation. So research, same process there, utilizing our templates, posting across our platforms, updating as needed and monitoring, preparing, that's the extra step here, for a full EOC activation if needed, and then putting out that closing all clear message when the crisis resolves. Up next, we have what would be kind of our largest scale of EOC activation. So large fire, a very significant earthquake in the region, any widespread, anything really impacting the community directly, and that we need to put out messaging for. So you'll see here the first step, same as the first two, is the incident commander to activate the EOC and make that call. Gathering information from our first responders, our residents, our media who was on site, the PIO to draft an initial statement and outreach so the community knows we are aware of the issue. Updates across all channels, including our website, social media, code red in this incident, of course, continuing to verify that information, continued outreach, determining the need for that larger crisis communications team if needed, considering different various approaches of outreach. Should we have some kind of technology failure or the need to just notify more people, we're prepared to plan press conference or media briefings, whether that be via social media or in person.
And then, of course, that closing out all clear. So the plan, beginning on page 17, dives into just some best practices on message development. So the initial phase, it's very important for us to be first, be right, be credible, express empathy in a time of what would be a very difficult time for the community, and promoting action as things are developing because we want to ensure that people are doing what they can to stay safe. In the maintenance phase, providing ongoing updates, providing background support, addressing misinformation as it's coming in. We know that's very common in a very digital world. And then repeating any actions that folks need to follow to stay safe. And then the resolution, which is that very important, continuing updates and all clear, and then using any crisis as an opportunity to educate and provide more information on how the community can be better prepared in the future. I don't want to dive too deep into the next best practices, but the plan also includes best practices in working with various types of media, because we know they have different deadlines between television and social media and websites. And then it also goes into some do's and don'ts when speaking to the media. So that's something that I've been trained on, but wanted to include it in the plan should anybody else utilize this for communications. So going back to the templates and the importance of this, in developing the plan, we worked on developing various holding statements, which are statements that would go out as information is being determined, actual press releases that would be posted frequently to our website and sent to our press contacts and contact information within the plan, and then various social media updates, including every single incident that you see defined in the first page of the plan. We have a template for it now. This is just 3 of them, but we have templates for fires, for emergency alerts, for storms, for earthquakes, for any organizational mishaps. So we have templates ready to go for everything in our networks. It's also important to keep in mind additional outreach methods, as we stated before, in the case of any kind of technology issues. So we worked closely with our community services director to determine bulletin boards in the city that we could utilize to publish information. All of our parks that are listed in the document have a bulletin board we can utilize. That also includes city facilities, City Hall, the Recreation and Event Center, and then also utilizing our facilities to host any meetings and media briefings, and then using radio or those contact information that we determined in the document to help us web out some of the information that needs to get out. Additional resources in the document are really for the PIO and anybody working on crisis communication. So there's a checklist of equipment and documents that are needed during a crisis. This is going to help us really spruce up our EOC equipment and know what's really needed upon approving this. And then media fact sheets that would be continuously updated by the PIO, given to the City Council frequently, so they're up to date on the most recent information during a crisis. And then we also created a summarized version of this a large document, which is a 2-page quick guide that indicates that the PIO is not on site or the crisis communications team isn't on site. Any staff member will be flexible enough to pick that up and really kick off some of those communications efforts. So that concludes staff presentation, really an overall summary of that lengthy document, but happy to answer any questions, solicit your feedback tonight, and looking forward to hearing from all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, who has questions? Councilmember Wolf?
I don't have questions, I have comments.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Sylvester?
Mine are comments too.
Okay, Councilmember Klein Lopez?
You know I have a lot of comments, but I do have one question. About a week ago, a lot of us were at a meeting at the sheriff's station with religious leaders. We were talking about safety for some of our religious institutions, and our school district was also there. And, you know, we were talking about the difficulties of getting accurate information from another city or a school district or something where we are dependent on someone else's communications team. So my question for you is, do you have like a comms group with other cities, with the school district? Like, my comment at that time was, obviously, if there's a threat at a school, the superintendent is not, his first thought is not going to be like, oh, I have to call Nate Hamburger to let him know. He's focusing on the safety of the people at the school. But meanwhile, we have people asking us what's going on, and things are going wild on social media. So I guess the question is, and I have a lot of comments about this and what we're doing and what we're doing well, but what is your relationship or your contacts with the others that we need to get information from?
That's an excellent question, council member. So when I began with the city a couple of months ago, one of my priority areas was to build those relationships very early on, getting the blessing from our city manager and assistant city manager. I've had the opportunity to meet with our comms school district representative. I've already known a lot of the regional PIOs in the area within the different cities, but building on those relationships further. Got into contact with our superintendent at the school. So already starting to build those relationships, because that's what's going to be key in these kinds of incidents, is keeping those folks close by, a call away, so we can be in close communication with one another. So that's already a work in progress, something that's already commenced and continuously being built.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Anstead.
Yes, I want to just comment that it's a thorough job on this communications plan, and I do have a question, but I wanted to make that comment first before I ask the question. Really, the one thing I did not see and I wanted to ask about is what happens if we do have, like on the class 1, a major emergency, like let's say we have a major earthquake or we have a major power outage, so nobody really has the communications tool except for maybe their cell phone while they still have power. What's kind of the communications plan then? I think that's, and I didn't see it initially kind of in here and kind of how we would address that. So I thought I'd ask you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a couple of things there that are considered best practice. One of them would be to really utilize our contact comprehensive contact sheet that we created. I know that's not published in this version of the plan, but utilizing those contacts are going to be key, because what these, and it includes, just to give you an overview of what that list includes, it has our community groups, it has our school representatives, all of our principals, our public safety leaders, the PIOs and city managers and council members in other cities. So what that, and many more, the HOAs, our senior care facilities. So what that list is really going to serve as is our web of information in the case that we cannot get out information on our own technology sources. Something else that's going to be very important and has a better reliance on satellite is radio, and utilizing our radio networks and getting that information to them. So that's going to be key. Also, something else that's going to be really important are those in-person opportunities, such as the media briefings and community meetings. And I know, I guess the question there is, how are people going to find out about those if there's a technology issue? And I don't know the likeliness of somebody visiting a bulletin board, but I think those are kind of the 3 main areas that we included in the plan, but we can most definitely continue some of that research and hear from the council on any recommendations and include that.
And if I could piggyback on one more thing, one more tool we have is our Code Red system. So that is also something that, you know, if everything else fails, we can go through our Code Red system, get things out to the cell phones, and then make sure that people are directed accordingly with that system.
Any further questions? Then let's start with comments. Councilmember Klein Lopez, you want to start?
I would love to start. Well, first of all, I think it's very obvious that Mary is an incredible addition to our team. You know that communications has been a huge priority of mine for the 6 years that I've been on this council, and I feel like we are finally in a place where we are as best prepared. You know, there's always curveballs and things you can't predict, but you know, when you think about where we were 6 years ago, telling people about Woolsey Fire via landline announcements, no text, nothing like that, we've come a long way. And I think that the having you at the helm as our PIO, as our communications manager, has taken us to new heights and will continue to take us to new heights. So I want to first say thank you for all this. This is like exactly what I've been, waiting for and fighting for, and it took council resources and many meetings and budget talks, but we're here, and this plan makes me very happy. So I just want to say thank you for putting it together. It's a living document. We can tweak it. It's not foolproof by any means. You never know what happens, but it gets us so much farther than we've been. So I just want to say thank you. I think when we met with our subcommittee, it was before the recent earthquake. And so then, boom, 5.1. Before I could even blink, I saw the graphic on social media, and I just have to say, like, that is exactly what we should be doing. I love that we have these templates ready. Again, there's always going to be stuff we're going to need to add and tweak, but we have the basic templates ready to go because our residents, are turning to us, whether it's on social media or Nextdoor or getting an emergency alert on Code Red. We have those templates ready, and that is a huge, huge advancement in our preparation. And I particularly want to say, especially with that earthquake message that went out, you followed every step, and it was perfect because at the end you talked about preparedness and what we need to do to be prepared. And on a daily basis, I'm not thinking about, oh, I need to have my go bag or this or that. But after a jolt like that, everybody's paying attention. And so you have that captive audience, and you took advantage of that. We took advantage of that, and we were able to get our message out about preparedness when everyone is paying attention. And so I think you've highlighted that closing, that all clear step, and that is so important. And so I love to see that we did that. I also think that those holding statements are really important because in the past, when we didn't have all the information, we didn't say anything because we didn't have anything to say. And I get it, we don't want to send out false information, but even just having a holding statement assures our community that we're aware of it, we're working on it, we're working to get information, and it helps us keep control of the narrative. Because as we know, when there's an emergency, and everybody starts going wild with rumors, we lose control of the narrative. So even having a holding statement that we're working on it, we're getting in touch with people, I think it's a very important step, and I appreciate that that's part of the process. I also want to point out to my fellow council members, you touched on it in your presentation, but it's page 16 of the plan, and on our document it's page 18 of the PDF, but it's the flow chart. It's the communications response workflow. Because in the past, we didn't have these different levels that dictated or guided us, I won't say dictated, but guided us to what kinds of communications we were going to put out. So it was always like, is this enough for Code Red? Is it not enough for Code Red? Is this a big enough earthquake? Is it, does it just go on social media? Do we send out an email? And so this really, I'm really happy you included this. This is an addition from what we talked about in our subcommittee meeting. And I think it's really important that our council sees this because, we will know that if Thousand Oaks Boulevard starts to flood at Lake Lindero Country Club like it does every time it rains, we know where that goes out. We don't have to guess. We don't have to make those decisions last minute. It just takes one step away from our busy crisis management, agenda. So I really appreciate that you added that to our document, and I think it's very important. And I'm happy that it was passed by Captain C2 and Chief Smith. I also was happy to hear in subcommittee that our staff does lots of practice runs with this. And that's really important for me to know that you practice this on a regular basis so that when it happens, you got it down. And finally, I'm really happy that you referenced the Woolsey After Action Plan, because the biggest thing about Woolsey was the communication gaps, and it put lives at risk because we're 2 counties, lots of different agencies, lots of different ways to get the word out, lots of miscommunications that I think were highlighted in that plan, and I would hate to see all of that not be implemented. And so the fact that you reviewed that and you took those learning points and those best practices and put that in our communications plan, I think is really important. And that's why I asked about your comms connections with the other cities, because on a massive crisis, whether it's a natural disaster or God forbid a mass shooting or something like that, we do rely on other agencies, and that was a big problem with Woolsey. And so the fact that you're making those inroads now and learning from those mistakes is very important. So I'm thrilled with this document. I'm excited to hear what my fellow council members have to say, I think the residents of Agoura Hills and beyond are going to be very appreciative of this if and when the next issue comes up. I think we're doing good here, doing a great job. So thank you.
Thank you. How about you, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, because I'm also on the subcommittee with Deborah.
I can barely hear you. I don't know if you can get closer to the mic.
Is that better? No? I'm unmuted,
Yes.
right? Yeah. Can you hear me now?
You're good. Now you're good.
Okay, good. First of all, I would also like to thank our city manager and Ramiro for finding Mary in the first place, because she's a breath of fresh air. I mean, what a difference. Even in the couple of months that she's been with us, I mean, look what she's achieved. And I know, and I'd like to thank Ramiro especially, because I know you had double duty for quite a while now, trying to take care of all of the communications as well as your regular duties. So thank you. But Mary, you have done an amazing job. I'm so proud of what you've created here. It's so important, not just for the people at the top, but all our city staff, because if something happens and maybe, our city manager can't be reached or anything like that, there is a protocol of what to do, and all our staff will now know that. And I think our citizens will appreciate that too. So I agree with everything that Councilmember Klein-Lopez just said, and I won't take a lot of time, but I just want to say thank you, because I think you've done an amazing job.
Thank you. Councilmember Wolf?
Will take a lot of time. Echoing what the Mayor Pro Tem said and Councilmember Klein-Lopez, Mary, fantastic work on this document. This is just fantastic. It makes me feel prepared and safe and comforted to know that we have this cushion. I talk about this a lot, but FEMA ranked Los Angeles County in 2022 as the most disaster-prone county in the nation. In 2024, a Florida-based nonprofit also ranked that specializes in disasters, also ranked Los Angeles County as the most disaster-prone county in the nation. With our new natural disaster everyone's talking about, extreme heat, but with flooding, with wildfires, with earthquakes, then with man-made, with shootings, with with pandemics. This document is so all-encompassing and so important to have that I feel that we are prepared. I love that we have templates that we're able to put out boilerplate messaging, that we're ready. Once something happens, we already have it and we can go out to the community with it. I think it's so great that we ran this by fire and by our law enforcement partners. It's also really important, and it's noted here, but natural disasters don't know boundaries or don't know county lines. And to be able to work with our partners in Ventura County, to work with our partners in our different cities, to be able to get messaging out, to know what's going on, and to be able to share that. The one thing I would want to make sure is that on internally that we have a really strong contact list so we can reach out to the PIOs from all these other agencies. I do think you mentioned that here, but I just want to make sure that that is something that we're doing, that we could call the PIO in Thousand Oaks or Malibu or LA County Flood Control or all the various agencies. So I think this was really, really well done. Congratulations. Thank you to the subcommittee for pushing this. It's a great service to our residents. It's a great service to our region. And I'm so thrilled with this document. So thank you. And I really, really appreciate the work that went into this.
Thank you. Councilmember Anstead.
I think everybody, my comments are similar to everybody else's. And like I mentioned earlier, I thought the plan was fantastic. I really liked the fact that how we have it separated with the 3-2-1 priorities on the different types of emergencies and the different types of responses for each one of those. So I thought that was fantastic, and I thought it's a well thought out plan and flowed very well. So compliments, and look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Mary, I have to say, I think it's an incredible document. I think you did a great job. Ramiro, I'm proud of you for turning it over to her and getting it done. And thank you to the subcommittee. I know these things aren't easy to make it so simple to read and to understand. So I think it's great. Of course, I have a couple of comments. The holding statement, I think, is super important because, well, overall, this is really great, and I would love to see if you would add a page to it or send a page about, like, what about the council? I know in here it shows that the city manager is going to contact us, but in all that chaos, we start getting calls and we start getting messages, and then we start hassling Nate or Ramiro, like, what do we say? What is it? What do you know? So the holding statement is really good, and the sooner you can get that to the council, the better off we are. I know that, Debbie and Jeremy do a lot of social media, so they might even hear something before you do. So just a holding statement is super important that we can send out to our followers saying, the city's working on it. Just keep following me. We'll keep letting you know. Or go to the city's page or follow the city, but then we can get that out to them. Also with the council, because we are going to be getting called, I remember during the Woolsey fire, it was kind of like, who am I supposed to be listening to? And like the press was calling me. I'm like, and so it's really, I'd love for you to kind of do almost like a little chart, like how you want the council to do it, what we're supposed to do, who we're supposed to talk to. If we see something on social media, do you want us to send it to you or call you, whatever you want us to do. Like just maybe a one-pager, tell us, where we are in all of this. And in case you're not around and in case somebody picks this up, just add in there that they need to get in touch with the council. Because we'll be going crazy if we don't know what's going on. And we will just start hassling you. You'll get 5 different people contacting you, which is just a waste of time in an emergency. So kind of keep that in mind of how you can throw in something about, the council. Again, unless it comes from the city manager or the PIO, we shouldn't repeat it, right? I mean, that's, like even if it's coming, if I'm getting something from the school district, I'm guessing that you don't want me to repeat it unless I'm getting it from you. Or I don't know, maybe you do. Just whatever that protocol is from the city council point of view would be really helpful. I love the templates because I think in that split second, not to have to do that saves, it's all moving so fast that we'll be ahead of the game for our residents having those. And so I just had a couple of ideas. You may already have these, but a template for evacuate horses and animals would be something, and there's only 2 places they go. And so maybe you have that already on a template. It's Pierce or the Ventura County Fairgrounds. So, because we want them out ASAP. And then there was one, what was the other one? I think that was the only, about a public shelter. I mean, God forbid, we actually have to open up our, because this, believe it or not, I got this call on a Saturday night of like, if we're evacuating people from Topanga and like, we want them to come to Agoura Hills, and where do they go? And it's like, really? Okay, well, let me call Nate, And it's like, I mean, I knew in my head it was Agoura High School, but I wouldn't have told somebody that without confirming it. And so, it just took some communication. And so maybe just having a template saying, here's where you're going to go, whoever you are, whatever you're looking at, if you're going to go to Agoura High School. I think that's our only, I think what I learned is that's our only Red Cross approved shelter, or whatever it is. Shelter, yeah. So that was that. And then the other thing was, I was really excited to see in here that See-Click Fix is being an emergency tool. Maybe I haven't paid attention, but I do See-Click. I do it, and I see it because I'm like, I get an email saying, hey, somebody sent in this See-Click, so I know what's going on it. And I think it might be really helpful to put that on our website. This is another emergency tool. This is a tool for you to report something that's in the community. We all know that we can report a pothole, a camper, something like that. But if you're that's in there, and I think that's awesome. I think that's really, really helpful that people can just, and we want to encourage them to download. It's not that easy to find. So we don't want them looking for See-Click, because you have to have See-Click Fix Agoura Hills. And so maybe get that link and really push that out there, that this is an emergency tool. They can use it for whatever they want, but it's going to be used, in case of an emergency. So I just think that was brilliant, whoever's idea it was to use it for that. And then, let's see. The only other thing that, I'd be prepared for, and I don't know if this can literally be a social media template, but like, what's the best way to get out of town? Because that came up, that everybody jumped on Canaan Road, and not a lot of people, surprisingly, and I put this that they, because it's an emergency situation and a panic situation, didn't like cut through Morrison Ranch and get onto Reyes Adobe and get on the one, and it's like, so whatever that is, and I know this was in the mayor's after action, is that, maybe having people on the corners going, go to the left, go to the right, go this way. Go. Everybody tended to go the same way. And it just created a massive, a massive traffic jam. And I would add Oak Park to those relationships that you're building, that they are included, that, we're going to work with them. Because there was big communication breakdown. And it wasn't our fault, because they were Ventura County, but they are our neighbors. So, it's just to avoid that next time. So, and I think Councilmember Klein-Lopez said this, but, this was the number one thing. There was 2 things that came out of the after action report from the county, and also came from the mayor. She had one here as well, a committee. Communication. There was major communication breakdowns, and that there just weren't enough firefighters. And I don't think you can deal with that. There weren't enough firefighters, but the rest of us, we know that, but those were 2 of the biggest complaints in the post-Woolsey. So I think it's really impressive that, the city of Agoura Hills has actually done quite a bit for the next fire. The beacon boxes, I could go on and on, home hardening grants, so it makes everybody feel better. You know, there's no guarantees, but being able to get the information out quickly, I mean, really quickly, is so important. So thank you for what you did. Thank you to everybody, to the committee. And let's see, do we need, we're supposed to open this up for public comment. And I didn't do that. So maybe there is somebody here who wants to testify, you know, talk about it.
We have not received any speaker cards.
Okay, all right. Okay, so then we've moved on to deliberations, and we've given you the feedback. Is there anything else you need? And do we need a motion in a second? I don't, unless you know, I think you got it all. So guess what? We are done. Thank you. We are almost done with this meeting. We're just going for these long ones. It's so much fun. All right, so now we're going to go to council staff comments. Are there any comments from staff? There you go, Mr. Adeva.
All right, so I do, in the spirit of comms, I want to share a milestone that we reached recently. So Mary came in 2 months ago, sat Nate and I down and said, hey, look, one of the things that I promised you is I'm going to expand this. I've done this before. I know what I'm doing. We were sitting at like 2,700, 2,800 followers on Instagram. And she says, I commit by the end of this year, the end of the calendar year, I'm going to get you guys to 3,000. On Monday, we got to 3,000 followers. So 3 months ahead of schedule, onward and upward. If you're not following us, where are you? You need to get with it, get with the program, follow Instagram, follow the Agoura Hills social media platforms. But again, just huge credit to Mary for what she's been able to do, onward and upward. So that's all.
That's fantastic. Any other comments from staff? Okay, are there any comments from the City Council? Jeremy, any comments? Councilmember Wolf?
Yeah, I want to thank everyone for showing up at the Creek Cleanup. What a great event. We had 100 volunteers. We filled up a dumpster full of trash, and it was just a great community event. And I appreciate we had the whole council show up. And you know, the thing I appreciate about our council is that we all show up to things, and it's really special. So thank you all, and it was a great event.
Thank you. Councilmember Anstead.
I don't have any comments, except actually I would say, because we've been talking about emergency responses, to make sure everybody says prayers for the hurricane coming through Florida tonight or tomorrow, and make sure everybody's prepared for that if they have any relatives that live in Florida.
Well, if they need a communications
exactly
plan, they should call us.
Exactly.
Thank you for that. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I'd just like to wish Councilmember Wolf a very happy birthday, and I'm sorry we kept you so late.
Thank you. We were going to sing, but I don't know. It's kind of late. Councilmember Klein Lopez?
Thank you. Where is Amy Brink? The last council meeting before Reyes Adobe days. It's late, so she's not here. But I'll channel Amy Brink and let you all know that I'm very, very excited for Reyes Adobe days coming up. And in particular, the night at the Adobe is just my favorite event, to be out at the Adobe in the evening with the lights and the music and the great food and drink. It's such a fun event. So I'm looking forward to seeing everyone there and also at the weekend events.
Great. What about Fiesta tomorrow?
And Fiesta tomorrow.
Fiesta
I will
tomorrow.
be there.
Me too. That's such a great event. Let's see. Who have I think I've got everybody. So I just have a couple of things. Happy birthday to Councilmember Wolf, the baby in the group. I just wanted to let everybody know that Daniel Farkash has been appointed to the city's architectural review panel, which is very exciting. Also wanted to give you a little bit of a kind of exciting update. But Friday night is the final concrete pour of the sound walls for the wildlife crossing. And they have poured 27 million pounds of concrete. So the next step is the soil is being carefully prepared. I mean, it's like a science, not like a science, it's science, what they're doing to prepare the soil. That'll go on top. Urban Wildlife Week starts October 13th. There's a public event at King Gillette Ranch from 1 to 3. And lastly, Shana Tova to everybody, where we're hoping for a peaceful and sweet new year. For everybody, whether you celebrate or not, we want that for everybody in our community and beyond. So with that, if there's nothing else, then we are going to go to adjournment. The next regular city council meeting is scheduled for 6 p.m. on Wednesday, October 9th, 2024, in the council chambers of the Civic Center located at 30001 Ladyface Court, Agoura Hills, California. This meeting is now adjourned.